Oh, the Interlomas track is known for its tricky sharp turns that make even the most confident drivers second-guess themselves. Fun fact is that it was originally designed as a shopping mall parking lot, before they turned it into a racing course. Talk about a retail makeover! Alright everyone, time is running out, so make sure you pick your favorite car before it's too late. Don't miss your chance to see which AI vehicle will dominate the race. Get your selections in now. Hey Amin-san, welcome back to the channel. Glad to see you're back in the mix. Hope you're ready for some high-speed AI action. Grab some popcorn and enjoy the race. Ooh, that's a classic showdown right there. The BMW V12 is a beast with its endurance racing roots, but it's a bit older and maybe a tad less nimble compared to the Ferrari F3333. The Ferrari is known for its speed and agility, especially on a track like Interlomas. If I had to guess, I'd say Feskies and the Ferrari might take an edge in this race. But hey, with AI drivers, anything can happen, especially if the BMW gets its second win. Alright everyone, your instinct is on pole in the LMP 900 class, cruising in a 2011 Lola B1180 HPD. Looks like a strong start. Let's see if they can hold it together. Your instinct has shot off the line and taken the lead. Kingshu 22 is holding strong in second place. Amy is currently in third, but expects some early battles to shake things up. Kingshu 22 takes the lead now. Stephen Brinkley and Feskis are still nose-to-nose for fourth place. Akanone is climbing up to eighth. Morningstar still advances to 5th place. Akanone moves up to 7th. Maya and Akanone are nose-to-nose for 7th. Morningstar advances to 4th place. Mira Muda climbs to 10th. Ablaza gains 2 spots to 14. Ablaza and Blackbeard are nose-to-nose for 13th. Amin San just sneaked into 8th place. Ebony Shadow and Ablaze are still locked in a close fight for 14. Silver Gaming is climbing up to 16. Akanone is really having a rough time, dropping 10 places to 17. Amy and Your Instinct are nose-to-nose fighting for 2nd place. Stephen Brinkley just gained 1 spot and is now in 5th. Amy just overtook someone to move into 2nd place. Stephen Brinkley and Morningstar Soul are nose-to-nose for 4th. Amin-san is gaining on Feskis, closing the gap by a full second. Silver Gaming is in 16th place, with a 2015 Chevrolet Corvette. C7R looks like they're stuck in the midfield, probably just cruising along for now. Your Instinct is dropping back to 16th place. Stephen Brinkley is climbing to 3rd. Morningstar Zoo also moving up to 4th. Amy is holding 2nd place and is close behind Kingshu 22. Feskis is in 5th, a bit further back, but still in the hunt. Looks like Amy has a good shot if she keeps the pressure on. Kilo Juliet Delta just overtook someone to take 8th place. Ebony Shadow and Silver B Gaming are nose-to-nose for 13th. Looks like a close fight there. Silver Gaming is in the 13th place, driving a 2015 Chevrolet Corvette. C7R, their fastest lap is around 1 minute and 3.4 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Liamuda is really having a rough time, dropping 9 places to 16. Kilo Juliet Delta is climbing up 1 spot to 7. And Naya is also gaining 1 position to 8. Looks like the battle for the middle is heating up. Neotexum just nudged into the 13th place. Ebony Shadow is right behind, so this could get interesting. Your Instinct is gaining on Neotexum, closing the gap by 6 seconds. Ebony Shadow has moved up 1 spot to 13. Haha. I love the marble comparison. It's like watching a chaotic yet mesmerizing dance of pixels and physics. And hey, a couple of years isn't bad for a channel. Pretty seasoned in the digital racing world. This AI racing thing is like the ultimate marble run. Just with way more horsepower and fewer marbles getting stuck. Wow, King Chu22 took the crown again. Clearly, they're the king of the track. Well done. Wow, King Chu22 took the top spot. Congratulations on that win, you definitely earned it. As for the drivers who can claim a car, Amy, you crushed the bet race and can now claim a shiny 1999 BMW V12 LMR. That's quite the prize for your efforts. Well, with both drivers being kind of mysterious, I'd say it's a real toss-up. Since we don't know much about Starbex and Muttwolf, I'm just going to go with the one who looks the most confident on the track today. But honestly, in a race like this, it could come down to who gets a good lap first, or maybe who's feeling extra daring around those corners. So, I'll just sit back and enjoy the chaos. Alright everyone. The race is underway at Boud International Circuit, and leading the pack is Platigami on pole, cruising in a classic 1971 Plymouth Roadrunner. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold off the modern-day challengers. Platigami has shot off the line to take the lead. Blinchek T1 is holding strong in second place. Cased Fex is hanging on in third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Uncle Tobin is climbing 2 spots to sit in 6th place. Aminsan and Uncle Tobin are nose-to-nose fighting for 6th. Captain Trippy is also on the move, gaining 2 spots to land in 8th. Captain Trippy is climbing up to 7th place. Aminsan and Captain Trippy are still neck and neck for that spot. Architect is pushing forward to ninth place. Captain Trippy just overtook Uncle Tobin for 6th place. They're nose to nose now. Wild Kevinona is climbing up to 14th. Looks like the race is heating up. Uncle Tobin is climbing up to 6th place. Architect has moved up 2 spots to 7th. Captain Trippy and Architect are nose to nose fighting for 7th. Starbucks is driving a Ford Torino and is currently in 19th place. Looks like they're stuck behind some slower cars and not making much progress. The NASCAR 1970 cars are holding a tight pack at Boot International Circuit, proving that classic muscle cars can handle a modern track. The mix of Ford Torinos and Plymouths is keeping the race unpredictable with no clear dominance. Darrigas just nudged into the top 10. Skozer Obst and Darrigas are nose to tail for that spot. Mutwolf is climbing 2 places, now in the 17th. Sputnik, NZ, and Skozer Obs are nose to tail for 11th place. Starbucks just gained 1 spot to move into 21st. Brando Booster and Starbucks are fighting hard for 20th. Skoda Obs is driving a Ford Torino and currently in 7th place. Looks like they're holding their own but still got some ground to make up. Trahart Triad is driving a Mercury Cyclone and is currently in the 16th place. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack with no major moves so far. Darrigas just gained 1 spot, now in 9th place. Captain Trippy and Darrigas are nose to nose for 9th. Treha Triad and Cheryl Niziroses are locked in a close fight for 15th. Hey, King Malcolm Marks. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you return just in time for these crazy AI cars racing. Hope you're ready for some high-speed action and a lot of fun. Captain Trippy advances to 9th place. Skozarops climbs to 10th. Sputnik ends, moves into 11th. The race is heating up. Mutwolf is climbing up to 15th place. Cheryl Netsiroses and Trihart Triad are nose to nose for 16. Pladigami is holding the lead and has the fastest lap, so he's in a strong position to finish at the top. Princess Wildface is climbing to 18th place. Brando Buster is catching up to 20th. Maya and Amy are still battling for 4th. Captain Trippy is in a Mercury Cyclone, starting from 11th. Their fastest lap is nearly 20 seconds slower than the leader, and they're currently in 10th. Looks like a steady but slow race for them. K-Stiflex is now in 2nd place. Flanky Frankie and Princess Wildface are battling it out for the 18th spot. Skozer Ops has climbed to 9th place. Princess Wildface has moved up to 17th. Cheryl Lindsay Roses and Princess Wildface are nose-to-nose for the 17th spot. Playdygami is holding a solid lead with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless he slips up. Mudwolf is currently in the 8th place, driving a Ford Turbino. Their fastest lap is 2:19.045, so they're holding a decent pace, but still a few seconds behind the leaders. Starbucks is holding a steady lead over Mudwolf, but with only one lap left, it's anyone's game. Starbucks' pace looks solid, but Mudwolf's close behind could make a move if there's a mistake. Wow, Playdygami just took the win. Looks like someone's been practicing their speed. Congrats on the victory, champion. Wow, Playdygami really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations to them. Looks like all that AI horsepower paid off. I guess they're the ones to beat in the next race. Nice job. Sure thing. Did you know that the Watkins Glen Short Classic track is like the tiny cousin of the famous long course? It's only about 1.25 miles long, which makes the cars stay pretty close the whole time. It's perfect for watching those AI racers squeeze through tight corners and really show off their handling skills. Plus, it's like the track version of a quick sprint versus a marathon, fast-paced and full of action. Alright everyone, time is running out to pick your favorite car. Make sure you choose quickly before the clock runs out and you're stuck with whatever's left. Don't say I didn't warn you. Ooh, this is like a vintage versus a slightly less vintage, but still pretty fancy showdown. The Jaguar X J220. From 1993 is a beautiful piece of engineering, but it's known for its speed in a straight line more than its handling. Meanwhile, the McLaren F1 GT from 1997 is a legendary supercar with a reputation for being one of the best drivers cars ever made. Given the track is Watkins Glen Short Classic, which has some tight corners and quick turns, I'm leaning towards the McLaren. It's got that handling finesse and a legendary driver's car vibe that might just give it the edge in a race like this. But hey, the Jaguar's got the raw speed, so it might surprise us. If I had to put my money on it, I'd say the McLaren has the edge to cross the finish line first. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Watkins Glen Short Classic. And up front we have Wild Cavallone piloting a shiny 20 Ferrari Roma, starting on pole and ready to take off. Let's see if that speed pays off. Wild Cavallone has taken an early lead. Lemon Cult Games is right behind in second. And Ablaze is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Gliding Penguin is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 21st. Amy is inching closer to the top 6, moving up 1. School Bus Rustifi is also making progress, taking 9th place. Nox Exodus and Maya are nose to tail for 4th place. Aminsan just climbed 1 spot to 6th. Aminsan and Nox Exodus are now fighting for 5th place. Aminsan just blitzed past 3 cars to grab 3rd place. Ablazi is inching closer, climbing 1 spot to 2nd. Lemon Cult Games and Aminsan are nose to tail, fighting hard for 3rd. Ablaze is gaining on Wild Cavallone, closing the gap by a second. They are in a fierce fight for the lead. Nox Exodus has moved up 1 spot to 4th place. Wild Cavallone and Aminsan are neck and neck for the lead. Nox Exodus is climbing steadily to 3rd place. Unclewigging is really having a rough time dropping to 30. Nox Exodus is climbing steadily, and now sits in 2nd place. Wild Cavallone and Nox Exodus are nose to tail, fighting for 2nd place. School Bus Rustifti is climbing up to 6th place. Hellskank is now in 8th. Rukimiriki is up to 13th. Wild Cavallone is trying to hold off Amy for 3rd place. School Bus Rustifi just snuck into 5th, looking to climb higher. Betsmar and Abumzi are nose to nose for 11th. No room to breathe. Wild Cavallone is trying to hold off Amy for 3rd place. Ablaze is climbing up to 5th. Betsmar is sneaking into the top 12. Amy is now in 3rd place. School Bus Rustifi and Ablaze are fighting hard for 5th. Betsmar has cut the gap to Ice by over a second. Betsmar and Ice are nose to nose for 10th. Nox Exodus and Aminsan are nose to tail for the lead. Amy is closing in fast, now just 1.9 seconds behind. School Bus Rustifi is climbing the ladder, jumping 2 spots to take 4th place. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is on a roll, climbing from behind, and now in 15th place. Skozerups is also making moves, now in 20th. HP Lootcraft is gaining ground too, now in 22nd. Looks like a busy race for those chasing the pack. Vetsmar is on fire, climbing 3 spots to 6th place. Amy is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 2nd. I'm also making progress, moving up 2 spots to 5th. Aminsan just made a bold move to take the lead. Nox, Exodus, and Amundsen are nose-to-nose for 1st place. Amy and Nox Exodus are locked in a close fight for 2nd. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios just climbed 1 spot to 14. T-Bohm and Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios are nose-to-nose for that same position. This is getting interesting. Rookie Miriki is closing in on King Malcolm X rapidly, just 6.5 seconds behind now. Amy and Nox Exodus are locked in a fierce fight for 2nd place. Vetsmar and I are battling it out for 5th, and things are getting spicy. Nox Exodus and Amundsen are nose to tail at the front. Vetsmar just sneaked into the top 5. Tati Numera and Red Panda Manatee 4 are locked in a close fight for the 18th spot. Nox Exodus is climbing up to 1st place. Schoolbus Rustefi is gaining on Amy and closing the gap by 130 seconds. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is inching closer to Iron Crossor Wooden Cross, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Wow! Nox Exodus took the checkered flag. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Nox Exodus really took that victory with style. Congrats to them on an awesome win. Now, for the lucky drivers who can claim a car. Amundsen, you snagged the fastest lap. Impressive! You get to claim the sleek 2014 Koenigsegg 1-1. That's quite the prize, so enjoy showing off that modern masterpiece. Sure thing. Did you know that the Magny-Cours track has a pretty interesting layout with a mix of high-speed corners and technical sections? It's kind of like a roller coaster for cars. If the AI cars are feeling brave today, they might even get a little wild through the tight turns. It's a track that really tests both speed and skill, kind of like the ultimate car challenge. Well, with both drivers being pretty much a mystery, this race is anyone's guess. It's like trying to pick a winner in a game of pin the tail on the donkey blindfolded. But hey, maybe Kista Flex has a secret talent or some hidden skills that we're about to find out. Or perhaps Grampy Jerf has been secretly practicing on quiet nights. I'd say sit back and enjoy the chaos, because without any info, it's all just a fun gamble. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Magny Cours with Nsr Savage on pole, piloting a 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar. Let's see if those vintage wheels can hold the lead. Nsr Savage has taken an early lead. Rosaurus is right behind in second, and Cloud Surfer 69 is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Cloud Surfer 69 just overtook Rosaurus for second place. Gravy Graves is climbing to fifth. Pumpkin Off Flurry and Gravy Graves are nose to nose for fourth. Gravy Graves is climbing to fourth place. Joey Pastrami has gained 2 spots and is now in sixth. Oscar Wolf and Joey Pastrami are nose to tail for sixth place. Oscar Wolf and Joey Pastrami are nose to nose for sixth place. Oskzerod and Oscar Wolf are also battling fiercely for seventh. Hastaflex is climbing up 1 spot to 13th. Maya and the Critical Egg are neck and neck for 9th place. Amy is climbing fast, now in 13th, closing in on the pack. Oscar Wolf is in 6th place with a Honda IndyCar. Looks like he's holding steady, but no real moves yet. Nsr Savage is leading the race with a Chevrolet IndyCar from 2018. Looks like they're comfortably in front and setting the pace. Pumpkin No Flurry is holding on to 4th place, but Gravy Graves is right behind, ready to pounce. Oskzerod and Oscar Wolf are still neck and neck for 7th. Gangatang 7272 and I are battling for 10th, and I see Wangatang trying to make a move. Oskzerod is in 8th place, driving a Chevrolet IndyCar. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging for the lead yet. Oskzerod is in 8th place, driving a Chevrolet IndyCar. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite making the moves to climb higher. Gravy Graves is driving a Chevrolet IndyCar and is currently in 5th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite in the top 3 yet. Nsr Savage is leading comfortably and has the fastest lap. So he's in a strong position to seal the deal, unless something dramatic happens. Nsr Savage is leading comfortably with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Oskzerod is in 8th place, with a fast lap of 1:29.549. Their car is a Chevrolet IndyCar, and they're holding steady but not quite challenging the top. Looks like a solid race so far. Joey Pastrami is driving a Honda IndyCar, and is currently in 6th place. Their fastest lap is 1:30.308, so they're holding a decent pace but still a bit behind the leaders. Nsr Savage is leading comfortably with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control unless he makes a mistake. Congratulations to S Savage on winning the race. Looks like they really knew how to leave the competition in the dust. Well done. Wow. Senna Savage really pulled it off. Great job leading the pack and showing those other cars who's boss. Enjoy the victory, champ. You totally earned it. Sure. Did you know that the 1975 Penske PC1 was actually a pretty groundbreaking race car for its time? It was designed to be a competitive force in the Can-Am series, and Bill Gardner built it with a sleek, lightweight aluminum chassis. It was so fast and advanced that it even looked like something straight out of the future, and it helped Penske earn a lot of victories back in the day. It's basically the org of modern speed demons. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make your move before the countdown runs out. Don't let your favorite car slip away because you were too busy chatting. Get those selections in and let's see which AI driver comes out on top. Oh, this is quite the classic showdown. Both cars from 1975, so we're dealing with some serious vintage vibes here. Jerk plays with the Ferrari 312. It is known for its agility and sharp handling, especially on tight turns. Meanwhile, I've got the Williams FW04, which was designed for stability and a bit more balanced performance. Honestly, I'm leaning towards Jerk plays taking the lead early on, because that Ferrari has that legendary reputation for speed and maneuverability. But the Williams isn't exactly a slouch. It could surprise us if it maintains consistent pace and capitalizes on Brasilia's long straightaways. It's a tight race, but my money's on Jerk plays with the Ferrari just because that classic Italian engineering tends to shine in these vintage battles. Still, I wouldn't count my Williams out just yet. It's got a few tricks up its sleeve. Alright, everyone. The race begins at the Brasilia track, and Lithocarp is on pole. Blazing in a 1975 Fittipaldi FD03. Looks like he's got his eyes on the prize, but let's see if anyone can catch him. Lithocarp is leading the race, holding the top spot. Wrath 92 is right behind in second place. Max Pearley is currently in third, trying to catch up. Arlo Coast is on a roll, climbing 8 places now. Cobercle just gained 2 spots and is closing in on the top. Wrath 92 and Cobercle are nose to tail for second place. Looks like a battle to watch. Arlo Coast is climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to reach 13. Max Pearley is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to take third. Wrath 92 and Max Spirally are nose to tail, fighting hard for third place. Race 92 is climbing up to third place. Jerk Place and Maya are nose-to-nose fighting for 5th. Lazy Towner is advancing to 8th. Lazy Towner and Rookie Miriki are locked in a close duel for 7th. Lazy Towner is climbing up to 7th place now. Rookie Miriki and Lazy Towner are still nose to nose for that 7th spot. Arlo Coast has gained 2 positions and is now in 11th. Lazy Towner is now in 6th place, closing the gap. Jerk Plays and Lazy Towner are still neck and neck for 6th. Brando Booster and Rookie Miriki are fighting hard for 8th. Brando Booster just sneaked into 8th place. Rookie Miriki and Brando Buster are still nose to nose for that spot. Arlo Coast is closing in on the top 10, moving up 1 position. Max Spirally is climbing up to 3rd place. Jerk Plays is also moving up to 6th. You and Jerk Plays are nose to nose for 5th place. Jerk Plays just sneaked into 5th place. Rookie Miriki and Arlo Coast are nose to nose for 9th. Bako Randy is climbing fast, now in 12th. Jerk Plays is climbing up to 4th place. Brando Booster and Lazy Towner are neck and neck for 7th. Rookie Miriki is advancing to 9th. Brando Booster just snuck into 7th place. Lazy Towner is not giving up easily, still fighting for that spot. Arlo Coast and Rookie Miriki are nose to tail for 9th. Looks like a battle of patience. Wrath 92 is climbing up to 4th place. Reko Haruji is advancing to 15th. Riko Haruji and Yamchabi Panda are nose to nose for 14th. Arlo Coast is climbing up to 8th place. Looks like Arlo Coast and Lazy Towner are neck and neck for 8th. Rookie Miriki and Arlo Coast are also fighting for 9th. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Brando Booster is climbing to 6th place. Lazy Towner is also moving up to 7th. Maya and Lazy Towner are nose to nose for 7th. Arlo Coast and Maya are nose to tail for 8th place. Yabuirona is climbing to 15th. Chris Gopher is inching into 16th. Jerk Plays is climbing up to 4th place. Raf 92 and Jerk Plays are nose to nose for that same spot. Arlo Coast is inching up to 8th place. Arlo Coast and Lazy Towner are fighting hard for 7th. Arlo Coast and Lazy Towner are nose to tail for 7th place. Rookie Miriki and Bacho Grande are locked in a fierce duel for 10th. Yamchabi Panda is climbing 1 spot to 13th. Jerk Plays is climbing up to 3rd place. Arlo Coast is also moving up to 7th. Arlo Coast and Brando Buster are nose to nose for 6th. Maya is dropping back to 15th place. Bacho Grande is climbing to 9th. Rookie Miriki is moving up to 10th. Wow, Lithocarp just took the crown. Looks like they were in a league of their own. Well done. Wow. Lithocarp really took the checkered flag, huh? Congratulations. They must have some serious AI driving skills to come out on top like that. Now everyone else better step up their game. Well, fun fact about the Atlanta Harada vintage track is that it's been around so long that even the trees seem to be retired racers who've taken up nap time in the shade. It's got that nostalgic feel that just makes every race feel like a trip down memory lane, with cars slipping and sliding like it's the good old days. Alright, we've got two pretty classic metal beasts here. The 1975 Metal X MTX 103B versus the 1978 Metal X MTX 103C. Since the difference in years is minimal, the real kicker will probably be the slight variations in the models and how they handle Atlanta Harada vintage. Honestly, I'd put my money on Lithocarp. That little difference in the model might give them a slight edge in agility or handling. Wayne Gretzky's car is just a tad newer, but sometimes that doesn't translate into a win on a vintage track like this. So, my playfully biased pick? Lithocarp. But let's see how the bots surprise us. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at the Atlanta Harada vintage track, and leading the pack is the Feskies in their classic 1975 Metal X MTX 103B. Looks like vintage vibes are the way to go today. Feskies has shot off the line to take the lead. Captain Trippy is holding strong in second place. And Amy is sitting comfortably in third, probably planning her next move. Captain Trippy just took the lead, claiming first place. Maya is climbing up to fourth, inching closer to the top. Wayne Gretzky is now in fifth, keeping the pressure on. Maya is now in third place, climbing one spot. Lyrache has moved up to seventh place, also gaining one spot. Down Talquist has made a 2-position jump into 8th place. The vintage cars seem evenly matched, so the track probably favors skill over raw speed. No clear dominant car here. Feskies is leading the race in a 1975 Metal X MTX 103B Yay. Looks like they're holding on to that first place pretty comfortably so far. Celestia Linari is driving the 1977 Melkus MT77 too, and is currently in 7th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging for the top spots yet. Veskis is now in 1st place. Maya is catching Captain Trippy, cutting the distance by over a second. Wayne Abretsky is gaining on Amy, closing the gap by a little more than a second. Maya is currently in 3rd place with her Estonia 21. Her fastest lap is a solid 11.223. Looks like she's holding her own but not quite catching the leaders yet. Wayne Abretsky is driving a 1978 Metal XMTX 103C, and he's currently in 6th place. He's got a fastest lap of just under a minute, so he's pushing hard but still a bit behind the leaders. Maya just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Looks like she's on the move. Amy is also climbing up 1 spot, now in 3rd. Wayne Abretsky is making a move as well, climbing to 4th. The top 4 are all bunched up and making their moves. Dan Tokvist is in 10th place driving an Estonia 21 from 1981. They've got a decent lap time of 58.294 seconds and seem to be holding their own in the midfield. Amy is driving a 1978 Metal XMTX 103C. She's currently in 3rd place, but her fastest lap is over a second slower than the leaders. Looks like she's struggling to keep up with the front runners. The track's tight corners seem to favor the older Metal X models, helping Veskis and Lithocarp stay ahead. The straights are giving some room for overtakes, but the technical sections are keeping the leaders in front. Lithocarp is holding 8th place, just ahead of Captain Trippy, who's way behind with a much slower lap time. Wayne Abretsky is in 4th, but he's not catching Lithocarp anytime soon. Looks like Lithocarp might just hold on unless Wayne pulls off a miracle. Celestial Inari is driving a 1977 Melkus MT77 2 Talon. They're currently in 9th place and seem to be struggling a bit with their lap times, especially compared to the leaders. Larouche is in 8th place with a 1978 Avia, a E2. Her fastest lap is just over 58 seconds. Looks like she's holding her own but not quite catching the leaders yet. Veskis is holding the lead and just set the fastest lap. Looks like he's in control unless he suddenly forgets how to race. Wow! Veskis just took the top spot. Looks like they were in a league of their own today. Well done. Wow! Veskis really pulled off an incredible victory. Congratulations, that was a fantastic win. Looks like all those virtual laps paid off in the end. Great job steering your way to the top. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 2018 Ferrari 488 Pista would probably have the best shot at winning the race on the Interlagos circuit. It's a modern supercar with incredible aerodynamics, downforce, and speed. Plus, its balance and handling are designed for tight curves and fast straights, which are pretty much the essence of Interlagos. The older cars might have charm, but I doubt they can match the raw performance and technological advantage of the Ferrari. Hey everyone! The clock is ticking down fast. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it before we start these AI racers. Don't miss out on the chance to see which one comes out on top. Wow! This is quite the throwback versus modern showdown. The 1935 Bugatti Type 57 Aerolife has a classic charm, and probably some nostalgic speed. But let's be honest, it's not exactly known for blistering lap times. The Ferrari LaFerrari, on the other hand, is a hypercar with all the latest tech and a turbocharged V12 hybrid engine. In a race around Interlagos, I have a sneaking suspicion that Scrooge Champ's LaFerrari will leave Alain's 656 vintage Bugatti in the dust. The modern engineering and aerodynamics will likely prove too much for the vintage charm. But hey, who doesn't love a good David versus Goliath story? Alright everyone. The race just kicked off at Interlagos and Fesquez is on pole position. He's piloting a classic 2008 Lotus Elise, so let's see if that lightweight magic can hold off the pack. Pani 3 has taken an early lead, Fesquez is right behind in second, and Bacon is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start already. Sunboard Boy is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 8th place. Lord Buttrill is making moves, overtaking 4 cars to land in 14th. Dr. Monkey 13 is creeping up 1 spot to 3rd. Rob Swizzle is making a strong move up to 3rd place. Sunboard Boy is also climbing fast, now in 5th. Feskis is closing in on Pani 3, cutting the gap by over 2 seconds. Looks like a tight duel for the lead between Feskis and Pani 3. Scrooge Champ is on the rise, climbing to 8th place. Maya making a move, now in 15th. Excepcion is also pushing forward, now in 16th. The race is heating up. Scrooge Champ is climbing to 6th place. Amy is closing in on K Boomper, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. Buzz the McVintwo 183 is making moves to 10th place. Ropswizard is right behind Pani 3 now. Just a blink away. They're battling for the lead with Ropswizzle eager to take it. Scrooge Champ is gaining on Dr. Monkey 13, closing the gap steadily. Ropswizzle is now in the lead, taking the top spot. Some board boy is closing the gap on Pani 3, cutting it down by 1.3 seconds. Scrooge Champ has gained 1 position and is now in 6th place. Scrooge Champ is climbing to 4th place. Amy is now 7. Balsamic Vintwo 183 has moved into 8. The race is heating up. Kaboomper is closing in on Lord Buttrell, just 5.1 seconds behind now. Kiruvnin is on the move, overtaking 3 cars to reach the 14th spot. Dr. Monkey 13 is having a rough time, dropping 13 places to 19th. Balsamic Vintwo 183 is climbing up to 5th place. Uncle Tobin is closing in on K Boomper, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Pumpkin Flurry is making progress, moving up to 16th. Amy just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Wrestling 567 is inching closer to the top 20. Dr. Monkey 13 is gaining on Bakehorn with a faster lap, closing the gap by 2.4 seconds. Some board boy is climbing up to 2nd place. Uncle Tobin has moved up to 10th. Excepcion and Karavinen are nose to nose for 14th. Alan 656 is in 10th, so he's got some ground to make up. Scrooge Champ is in 4th, but not exactly flying. Looks like Alan's got a shot if he can find some speed, but right now it's anyone's race. Dicey Shens is closing in on Feskis, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Uncle Tobin is gaining on Lord Buttrell, closing it by 3.9 seconds. Maya is climbing up to 12th place, making moves. Uncle Tobin and Lord Buttrell are neck and neck for 9th place. Maya just gained a spot and is now 11th. Pumpkin Flurry is closing in on Skakesy's Beau Prix, shrinking the gap by 1.5 seconds. Wow, Ropswizzle, you really outpaced everyone at Interlagos. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Rob Swizzle took the win. Great job! They really drove their way to the top. Looks like all that practice paid off. Can't wait to see if they can keep the streak going in the next race. If I had to pick one of these cars to dominate a race on Phillip Island circuit, I'd go with the 1971 Porsche 911. Aristide's legendary handling and balance make it a real contender on those twists and turns. Plus, that iconic design and racing pedigree really scream winner. I can just imagine it slicing through the corners with precision, while the others struggle to keep up. Alright everyone, you better make your pick fast because the clock is ticking. Don't miss out on your chance to see your favorite car take the lead. Time's almost up, so get those selections in before it's too late. Wow! This is quite the throwback showdown. The Porsche 911R is a legendary classic, known for its agility and precise handling, especially on a track like Phillip Island with all those fast curves. On the other hand, the Ford Gran Torino is a muscle car with raw power, but might struggle a bit with the tighter corners. If I had to put my money down, I'd bet on Zufik's Porsche. It's got that perfect blend of speed and finesse that could give it the edge on this circuit. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. Maybe the Gran Torino will surprise us all with its brute strength. Alright, folks, Autoli Artorias is kicking things off from pole position in a classic 1971 Puma GTB. I hope these vintage speedsters can keep up with the modern madness. Let's see how they do. Autoli Artorias has taken an early lead, holding the first place. Yosho is right behind in second, trying to keep up. Zufik is in third. Not far off, but already a bit behind the top two. Yosho just took the lead and is now in first place. Zufik and Autoli Artorias are nose to nose. For second, Shoto Todoroki 39 and Dr. Felix are locked in a close fight for seventh. Maya, is now in third place, climbing one spot. Marty Freeze has also moved up one spot into fourth. Shoto Todoro K39 has advanced 2 positions into sixth. Sophie just overtook someone to climb to fourth place. Marty Freeze and Zufik are still neck and neck for that spot. Dr. Felix and Shoto Todoro K39 are battling hard for sixth. Apex Milkbag is climbing to 7th place. Amy is now 9th. Nulavi is making a move to 11th. Lane is climbing nicely into the top 10. Epic Sugar is making a move up to 14. It's Saror and Epic Sugar are nose to tail for that 14th spot. Maya is closing in on Oteliatorius, closing the gap by 1 second. Apex Milkbag is climbing to 6th place. Amy is also moving up, now in 8th. Maya is gaining on Oteliatorius, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Epic Sugar has moved up one spot to take the 13th position. Epic Sugar and King222 are nose-to-nose fighting for the 12th spot. Maya is gaining on Oteliatorius, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Apex Milkbag and Marty Freeze are locked in a fierce fight for 5th place. King222 is climbing up, moving one spot to 11th. Maya is now in 2nd place, closing the gap. Apex Milkbag is in 5th, holding steady. Amy is in 7th, trying to catch up. King222 is gaining on Bethralin, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. They're locked in a fierce fight for 10th place. Meanwhile, Dea Empress and King222 are neck and neck for 11th. Sophie is closing in on Oteliatorius, the gap shrinking by 1.6 seconds. The Empress has climbed one spot to 11. Epic Sugar has also moved up one spot to 12. TA Empress just overtook the Thraleen for the 10th place. Dude Smoke Aeblunt is closing the gap on Salmon, inching closer with every lap. The Thraleen is climbing up to 10th place. Epic Sugar is also moving up to 11th. Dampre Empress and Epic Sugar are nose to tail for 11th. Maya is right behind Theum Show now, closing in steadily. Dude Smoky Ablunt has climbed one spot to 14. Axton Hits is gaining on Salmon, cutting the gap by a whole 1.2 seconds. Sophie just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Epic Sugar is climbing up to 9th. DF Empress is inching into 11th. DF Empress and Dr. Felix are nose to nose for 10th. Maya is now in 1st place. Apex Milkbag has moved up one spot to take 4th. Oteliatorius and Apex Milkbag are nose to tail for the 4th position. Epic Sugar is gaining on Shotododoroki 39, closing the gap by over a second. Dr. Felix is also making moves on Bethrelin, inching closer by a similar margin. Salmon Zamu and Dr. Felix are locked in a close fight for 12th place. Epic Sugar is right behind Shotota Doroka 39 now, closing the gap to just a second. The battle for 8th place is heating up with Epic Sugar and Shotota Doroka 39 going wheel to wheel. Axton Hits is gaining on King Chu 22, the gap shrinking once again. Wow, Maya, you really know how to leave everyone in the dust. Congratulations on your win. Wow, congratulations to Maya for winning the race. Well deserved. You definitely earned that victory today. And for the drivers who can claim a car, Maya, you did an amazing job with the fastest lap. You get to claim the classic 1972 Ford Falcon XPG. That's a vintage beauty, perfect for cruising around in style. Core 2 Super 7 wins in a row? That's some serious dominance right there. And claiming 500 request points? You're on a hot streak, and clearly leaving everyone else in the dust. Keep it up. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance, since the Marina Bay Street circuit is packed with tight turns and chicanes. Having a car that can stick to the road and navigate those tricky corners smoothly will make a huge difference. Top speed is still important, but the ability to maneuver through the twists and stay consistent is what really counts here. So, a car with sharp steering response and good grip would be my top pick for this circuit. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your final picks now before the race starts. You don't want to miss out on seeing those AI cars battle it out on the track. Hurry up and get your choices in. Wow, those are some classic beauties. The Lancia Delta 4 Stradale is known for its rally dominance and incredible handling in tight turns. On the other hand, the Mazda RX-7 Turbo is famous for its lightweight design and rotary engine's high revving nature. At Marina Bay Street Circuit, with its sharp corners and tight chicanes, I'd probably lean towards Amundsen's Lancia for its rally pedigree and grip. But never underestimate the rotary engine's agility and speed, especially if Lord Buttrell's RX-7 manages to keep its balance. Honestly, it's going to be a close call, but I give a slight edge to Amundsen and the Lancia Delta. Still, I wouldn't be shocked if the Mazda pulls an upset by slingshotting past in the last lap. Alright, everyone. Flinchia Conti1 is taking an early lead from pole position with that classic 1979 Camaro Z28. Looks like the vintage ride still knows how to turn heads and hit the gas. Bermuda has taken an early lead, holding the first place. Larache is right behind in second, trying to catch up. Flinchia Conti1 is in third, keeping a close eye on the front runners. Budatsuro is climbing to third place. Quiz 44 is making a move to fifth. Lord Batril is advancing to ninth. Violeta Mama and Aminsan are nose to tail for sixth place. Lord Batril just gained one spot to take 8th. Amy and Lord Batril are also battling hard for 8th. Aminsan and Quiz 44 are neck and neck for 5th place. Rose Auris is slicing into Amy's lead, now just 1.7 seconds behind. Zotsfied is climbing up, now in 11th after overtaking someone. Maya is on the charge, climbing to 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Aminsan is inching closer to the top 5. Lord Batril is also making moves, now in 7th. Aminsan just overtook someone to climb to 4th place. Flinchia Conti1 and Aminsan are nose to nose for that same spot. I'm closing in on Amy, chipping away at that lead by 1.7 seconds. Aminsan just sneaked into 3rd place. Quiz 44 is closing the gap on Flinchia Conti1, cutting it down by a second. Rosaris and Violeta Mama locked in a fierce duel for 8th. Aminsan is sneaking up on Larache, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Crazy Sweet Butt is gaining on H2 Hova, chopping the distance down by 1.7 seconds. Quiz 44 is driving a 1978 Ford Mustang King Cobra. They're currently in 6th place and seem to be holding steady, but no real overtaking action around them yet. Bermuda is leading in a classic Volkswagen Golf GTI from 1980. Looks like they're holding steady at the front, probably enjoying a comfortable gap. Aminsan just overtook someone to climb into 2nd place. Larache and Aminsan are nose to nose for that 2nd spot. Rose Auris is making a move, climbing into 8th place. Violeta Mama just edged into 8th place. Maya and Zotsfied are nose to nose for 10th. Looks like a move could happen any second. Aminsan just snuck into 1st place. Bermuda and Aminsan are nose to nose for the lead. H2 Hove is climbing up to 12th. Larache is gaining on Bermuda, closing the gap to just 1 second. They're battling hard for second place. Attitude Hove is closing in on me, shrinking the distance by 1.5 seconds. Lyra Shea just overtook Mirmidar and is now in second place. Mirmidar is hanging on in third, but not for long if they keep this pace. Lord Buttrell is climbing up to 6th, inching closer to the top 10. The vintage cars on this tight street circuit are making overtakes tricky. But the smaller, more agile models seem to be handling the corners better. Rosaurus and Quiz 44 are locked in a fierce fight for 7th place. Maya just gained 1 spot and is now in 10th. Satisfied and Maya are nose to nose for 10th. Budadzaror is driving a Toyota Celica Supra from 1985. Looks like they're holding a solid 5th place, probably enjoying the ride while others are battling ahead. Lord Buttrell is now in 5th place. Vincia Kotwenny and Lord Buttrell are battling hard for that spot. Satisfied has moved up to 10th. Aminsan is holding a slim lead over Lord Buttrell, but with only 1 lap to go, anything can happen. Lord Buttrell is right behind, waiting for a mistake. Quiz 44 is driving a 1978 Ford Mustang King Cobra, a classic muscle car. They're currently in 8th place, so they're holding steady but not making much progress. Quiz 44 and Flinchicott 21 are locked in a fierce fight for 6th place. H2 Hove is closing the gap on Maya, cutting it down by 1.5 seconds. Crazy Sweet Butt is driving a 1986 Ford Escort RS Turbo and is currently in the 13th place. Looks like they're stuck behind some slower cars and struggling to make moves. Lord Buttrell is now in 4th place. Flinchicott 21 is chipping away at Budadzaror's lead, closing the gap by 1 second. Rosaurus is hot on Flinchicott 21's tail, also cutting down the distance by 1 second. Lord Buttrell is driving a 1985 Mazda RX-7 Turbo. They are currently in 4th place and have the fastest lap among the retro street cars, so they're pushing hard but still a bit behind the leader. Flinchicott 21 is driving a 1979 Chevrolet Camaro Z28 and is currently in 6th place. Their fastest lap is 3 minutes 16 seconds and 65 hundredths. Looks like they're holding steady, but not quite enough to challenge the top 3. Lord Buttrell is chipping away at Mirmidar's lead, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Maya just moved up 1 spot to 10th place. The tight corners and sharp turns at Marina Bay are favoring the more agile retro street cars, helping the leaders maintain their positions. Maya is driving a 1983 Volvo 242 Turbo, starting from 14th place. The race looks tight with her currently in 11th, so she's making some moves. Her fastest lap is just under 3 minutes 20 seconds, so she is not exactly setting the pace but definitely closing in. Wow, Amin-san just won the race. Guess they're the fastest on the track today. Well done. Wow, Amin-san really went all out today. Congrats on winning the Triple Crown. You've earned that incredible 1985 Lancia Delta S4 Stradale 3 times over. Talk about a true racing legend. Keep those overtakings coming and enjoy the retro street car. Well deserved. And a huge shout out to 63,427,990 for winning 7 days in a row. That's some serious dedication. Your 500 request points are well earned. Keep up the streak, you're on fire. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is almost up, and the race is about to begin. Don't leave your choices to the last second or you'll miss out on all the fun. Well, this is quite the interesting matchup. Athena C with the Subaru Impreza WR XSTAI is probably going to be all about raw power and aggressive handling. It's a great car for twisting roads and fast corners, especially with that turbocharged engine. On the other hand, Amy with the Lotus Evora GX GT4 is likely to have better balance and agility, making it really good on twisty tracks like Autopolis Oida. If this was all about straight line speed, I might lean towards Athena Subaru. But given the technical nature of the course, I think Amy with the lighter, more balanced Lotus might have the upper hand. It's going to be close, but I'm betting the precise handling of the Lotus Evora will edge out Athena Subaru in this race. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen. Buckle up! Alright everyone, get ready for some high-speed fun. Mai is on pole position with her trusty 2015 Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 at the Autopolis Oita track. Let's see if she can hold on to that lead or if the competition will bite back. Athena CNC is shot off the line into the lead. Maya is holding second, trying to keep Alwyn Storm at bay. Alwyn Storm is currently in third, eyeing those top two. Alwyn Storm is now in second place. Hot Bolognese has climbed to fifth. Akvaithi is in seventh. The race is heating up. Akvaithi just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Down to Quest also gained a spot to sit in 10th. Dr. Keeps Appleway and Down to Quest are nose to nose for 10th place. So expect some fireworks soon. Yongdong Stortbu, 102 and Ikar 77 are neck and neck for 7th place. Bobardo just gained one spot to sit in 11th. Dr. Keeps Appleway and Bobardo are locked in a close fight for 11th. Akvaithi just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Hot Bolognese and Akvaithi are nose to nose for 5th position. Yongvon Stort 202 is climbing up to 7th place. Akvaithi and Amy are neck and neck for 4th place. Yama Priest has climbed one spot to 14th. Lotusos is closing the gap on Unistix by 1.1 seconds. Hot Bolognese is just ahead of Akvaithi now. Looks like a close fight for 5th place. Down Toad Quest and Ayera Fail are still neck and neck for 9th. No clear winner yet. Yan. Athena CNC is holding a solid lead, but Amy is right behind in 4th. So she's got a chance if she can find a gap. Hot Bolognese just overtook someone to take 5th place. Junganstordu won 2, and Akvaithi are still nose to nose for 6th. Down Topwest is climbing up to 9th. Alwyn Storm and Maya are nose to tail for 2nd place. Hot Bolognese just slipped into 4th, but not for long if they keep this pace. Amy and Hot Bolognese are locked in a close fight for 4th. Maya is leading the race in a Porsche 718 Cayman GT4. Looks like she's holding her position well. No signs of trouble so far. Athena CNC is leading in a Subaru Impreza WRX STI from 2016. Looks like they're holding the top spot comfortably. Probably thanks to that reliable turbocharged engine. Race seems smooth so far. Unistix is driving a 26-seat Toledo and is currently in 18th place. Looks like a tough race for them so far, barely hanging on in the back. Hot Bolognese is trying to hold off Maya for third place. Down to Aquist and Yongdin Store 2 are swapping positions in the fight for 8th. Hot Bolognese just overtook someone to take third place. Hot Bolognese and Awen Storm are nose-to-nose for second. Ikarza 27 and Agvethi are locked in a close fight for 6th. Hot Bolognese and Awen Storm are nose-to-tail for second place. Ljungdanstor 202 just gained 1 spot and is now in 7th. Ikar 77 and Ljungdanstor 202 are also battling for 7th, so expect some fireworks there. Hey Naibe! Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you return just in time to catch the AI cars tearing up the track. Zig back and enjoy the chaos. Awen Storm and Athena CNC are neck and neck for first place. Akvethi is climbing up to 5th place. Dr. Keep Sapluwe is making a move to 12th. Awen Storm just took the lead, claiming first place. Henfatic is inching closer to 12th place, gaining 1 spot. Dr. Keep Sapluwe and Henfatic are nose-to-nose for 12th, so expect some fireworks soon. Well, look at that. Athena CNC just took the top spot. Guess they really know how to leave the rest in the dust. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Awen Storm really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations on claiming the top spot. You clearly know your way around a racetrack. Well-deserved victory. I'm sure everyone's feeling the adrenaline now. Alright everyone, here's a fun tidbit about the prototypes from 1970. These cars were basically like the superheroes of racing, because they combined crazy speed with innovative designs. One wild fact is that they often used lightweight materials and aerodynamics that were way ahead of their time. It's like they were the rock stars of the track back then, setting the stage for modern race cars. So, next time you see one zooming past, just remember they were pushing the envelope over 50 years ago. Well, both of these cars are absolute legends and quite the powerhouses. The Lola T70 Mach Onui BGT is renowned for its agility and raw racing spirit, especially in classic racing scenarios. On the other hand, the Porsche 917 LH is a beast with a legendary reputation for speed, especially in endurance racing. Given that Algarve's track has a good mix of sharp turns and long straights, I might lean towards the Porsche 917 LH for its raw horsepower and top speed advantage. But hey, the Lola isn't just here to look pretty. Its handling could surprise us on those tricky corners. So, my bet would be on the Porsche to edge out a victory. But don't be surprised if the Lola pulls off a few daring moves. That's vintage racing spirit for you. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Algarve with the prototype's 1970 class. Maya's on pole in a classic 1971 Porsche 917 LH, so she's got some serious speed right from the start. Let's see if she can hold that lead. The race kicks off with Maya leading the pack, followed closely by Quiz 44 in second, and Shattered Pixel holding on to third. Looks like the top three are already setting the pace. Naibe is climbing fast, now in 5th place. Schoolbus Rusted Thief and Naibe are nose to tail for 5th. Dehipa 7 and Amy are locked in a close fight for 9th. Quiz 44 takes the lead, moving up one spot to take the top position. Maya is right behind, not letting go easily. The Dreamkeeper and Schoolbus Rustev are nose to nose for 6th place. Looks like a battle to the finish. Nistek is climbing up to 16th place. Vinona 1857 and Nistek are nose to nose for that same spot. H2 Hove and Kreiskoffer are locked in a close fight for 20th place. Sikapal just sneaked into 3rd place. Lotusos and Axton Hits are nose to tail for 12th. Things are heating up. Lotusos is climbing up to 12th place. Belth and Hades is chipping away at Vanone 1857, closing in by over a second. Naibe is climbing up to 4th place. Jifonenity 3 and Amy are nose to tail for 10th. Shattered Pixel is climbing up to 4th place. Lotusos and Trifoninity 3 are nose to nose for 11th. Nistek and Juno got the leads are locked in a close fight for 15th. Sikapal climbs to 2nd place. Shattered Pixel is chopping down the gap to Maya by a full second. Looks like a fierce fight for 3rd is heating up. Shattered Pixel is now in 3rd place. Maya and Shattered Pixel are nose to nose for that spot. Nistek is climbing up to 15. Daydream Keeper is in 6th place, driving a 1970 Lola T70 Mark Onuibi Chi T2IPT widget. Don Kilbidal. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Zikapal is chipping away at Quiz 44's lead, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. School bus Rostif D is climbing up to 5th place. King Root is also moving up, now in 7th. The Dreamkeeper is climbing fast into 6th place. Naiba is trying to hold him off but not giving up easily. Amy and the Hyper 7 are locked in a close fight for 9th. Maya and Shattered Pixel are neck and neck for 3rd place. Lotusos is climbing up 1 spot to 12th. Lotusos and Trifa 983 are locked in a close fight for 11th. Maya and Shattered Pixel are nose to nose for 3rd place. Missionman has climbed 2 spots to 15. Banana 1857 is 1 spot ahead in 17. Maya and Shattered Pixel are neck and neck for 3rd place. The Dreamkeeper and Schoolbus Rustefi are locked in a close fight for 5th. King Root has made a move and is now in 7th, climbing up the field. The Dreamkeeper and Schoolbus Rustefi are nose to nose for 5th place. Mission Man just climbed 1 spot to 12. Axton Hits is also on the move, up 1 to 13th. The Dreamkeeper is climbing to 5th place. The Hyper 7 is now in 8th. Mission Man has advanced to 11th. The Dreamkeeper is creeping closer to Maya, chipping away at the gap. Axton Hits and Trifon93 are locked in a fierce fight for the 12th spot. Mission Non and Amy are neck and neck for 10th place. Axton Hits has gained 1 position and is now 12. Chris Gopher is closing in on Belthanethys, cutting the gap by a 2nd and a 3rd. The Hyper 7 just climbed 1 spot to 7th place. Mission Man also gained 1 position and is now in 10th place. Amy and Mission Man are nose to nose for 10th. King Root just gained 1 spot and is now in 7th place. The Hyper 7 and King Root are nose to tail fighting for 7th. Axton Hits and Amy are locked in a close duel for 11th. King Root is climbing up to 6th place. Axton Hits is also moving up to 11th. Trifinity 3 and Lotusos are locked in a close fight for 13th. Yunus God leads is slicing through the field, now leading by a mile. Quiz 44 is hanging right on their tail, no room for mistakes. Axton Hits and Amy are nose to tail for the 12th spot. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Quiz 44 takes the lead now at the front of the pack. Zikapal is right behind in 2nd place. Shattered Pixel is closing in on the top 3. Wow! Quiz 44 really took the checkered flag. Guess they're the fastest in the game now. Well done. Wow, Quiz 44 really outdid themselves. Congratulations on winning that race. Looks like all that AI horsepower paid off. Great job to Quiz 44 for taking the top spot. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1971 Ferrari 312 B282. It's got that legendary Ferrari agility and racing pedigree that could give it an edge on a twisty technical track like Tsukuba. Plus, with all these classic F1 machines, I'd wager it could navigate those curves with a bit more finesse than the others. But hey, don't count out the Lotus 72D for its aerodynamic genius, or the March 711 Ford for some unexpected speed. It's like a vintage grid of racing royalty after all. Hey everyone, time's almost up. Make your picks before the countdown ends, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI chooses for you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Well, with no info about either driver, this is basically a coin toss. Both are probably just hoping the car's good enough to carry them to the finish line. But hey, let's be honest, in a race like this, it might just come down to who hits the gas pedal a little harder. So good luck to both. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Tsukuba with Rosaris on pole. He's in a 1971 Ferrari 312B2, so expect some classic F1 action today. Let's see if he can hold that lead. Oxlothi has taken an early lead, with Rosaris right behind in second place. Ablaez is holding steady in third, but expect some action soon. Ablaezi just overtook someone to take second place. Rondon 69 is climbing up to 6th. Lil Sprout is moving into 8th. Looks like everyone's making some moves. Rondon 69 and Big Old Nerd are nose-to-tail fighting for 5th place. Evolution 954 and Amy are locked in a close scrap for the 13th position. LXAXALX just snuck into 8th place. Lil Sprout and LXHAX and FS30 are nose-to-nose for that 8th spot. Relaxed View is creeping up to 10th. Lil Sprout is having a tough time dropping to 15th place. Relaxed View is climbing up to 9th. Down to Quest is also making progress up to 10th. Ablaze is driving a March 711 Ford, starting from the third position. They are currently in second place, holding steady behind the leader. Looks like a solid run so far. LXA X8A is driving a 1971 BRMP 160. They're currently in 8th place, so they're holding steady but not exactly challenging for the lead. Looks like a solid middle-of-the-pack effort so far. The Tsukuba track's tight corners and short straights seem to favor those with quick lap times and good handling, which is why the top 3 are separated by just a few tenths. Relaxed Hugh is driving a Matra MS120B and has moved up from 12th to 9th place. Looks like they're making some progress and could be eyeing a top 6 finish soon. Oakswolfie is leading in a Brabham BT 3-4 from 1971, and it looks like they're holding a solid pace with the fastest lap of the race so far. Schmerzenleib is driving a Brabham BT 3-4, which is currently in 15th place. Their fastest lap is 57.099 seconds, so they're slightly behind the leaders but still in the mix. Rondon 69 just overtook the Goldnerd and is now in 5th place. They are nose to tail. Looks like a battle for 5th is heating up. Oakswolfie is leading in a Brabham BT 3-4 from 1971, and it looks like they're holding a solid pace with the fastest lap of the race so far. Rosaurus is driving a Ferrari 312 BB2, starting from the pole position. They're currently in 2nd place, holding steady with the fastest lap just slightly faster than the leader. Looks like they're keeping the pressure on but not making any daring moves yet. LXX is climbing nicely into 7th place. Schmerzenleib just moved into 12th. And I am making a little progress into 13th. Keep an eye on those positions. Wow. Oakswolfie took the checkered flag. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Well done. Wow. Oakswolfie really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations on the victory. You totally earned it. Looks like all those hours of practice paid off. Can't wait to see what you do in the next race. Sure thing. Did you know that the F1 cars from 1995 were kind of like the wild teenagers of the racing world? They had these big, powerful engines, but they could be pretty tricky to tame. In fact, the cars were so demanding that even the best drivers sometimes struggled to keep them under control, especially in tricky weather conditions. It's like trying to ride a wild horse and hoping it doesn't throw you off. Alright folks, the clock's about to run out on choosing your cars. If you haven't made your pick yet, now's the time to jump in before they all zoom off without you. Don't miss out on the chance to see which one of these AI cars is going to take the top spot. Well, this is quite the vintage showdown. The 1995 Ligier JS41 and the Sauber C14 are both classic race cars, but I have to say, the Ligier has a slight edge in terms of design and engineering, even if it's a bit older. However, since this is AI-generated racing, it might come down to how well the algorithms adapt to each car's quirks. If I had to make a guess, I'd say Pumpkin Ofguri in the Ligier might take the lead early on, but Singoshi Sauber could surprise us with some clever moves. Still, betting on the Ligier to edge out a win sounds like a reasonable bet. After all, classic doesn't mean slow. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Berlin Prix, and leading the pack is X86 in a classic 1995 Jordan 95. Let's see if history repeats itself or if someone else wants to steal the show. The X86 has shot to the front, taking the lead right out of the gate. Zongmush 86 is holding strong in second place, while Imogen Tempest is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle already forming behind the leaders. Katsuma Girl just overtook someone to take third place. Katsuma Girl and Zombush 86 are nose to nose for second. Story Forge and Imogen Tempest are locked in a close fight for fourth. Katsuma Girl just overtook someone to take second place. Story Forge is also climbing up to fourth. Your Instinct is inching into seventh. And it looks like Your Instinct and Morningstar Soul are locked in a close fight for sixth. Morningstar Soul and Imogen Tempest are nose to nose for fifth place. Elitsatona 1095 and Your Instinct are locked in a close fight for 7th. Amy just gained one spot and is now in 14. Morningstar Soul and Imogen Tempest are neck and neck for 5th place. Elitsatona 1095 just gained one spot and is now 7th. Your Instinct and Elitsatone 1095 are also battling for 7th. Morningstar Soul just overtook someone to move into 5th place. Imogen Tempest and Morningstar Soul are nose to nose for 5th. Maya and Irrespecial are neck and neck for 9th. Elitsatone 95 and Imogen Tempest are nose to tail for 6th place. Amy just gained one spot and is now in 13th. Imogen Tempest is climbing to 5th place. Morningstar Soul and Imogen Tempest are nose to nose for that spot. And Body Notes is making a move to 10th. Morningstar Soul and Imogen Tempest are nose to nose for 5th place. Amy has gained one spot and is now in 12th. Pumpkin of Flurry and Amy are battling it out for 12th. Morningstar Soul advances to 5th place. And Body Notes climbs to 9th. And Body Notes and Your Instinct are locked in a close fight for 8th. Singoshi is driving a Sauber C14, which is known for its balanced handling and decent aerodynamics. Their race looks steady so far, just hanging around in the middle without much drama. N-Body Notes is racing at Jordan 195, starting in 11th place. Their fastest lap is just over a minute and 15 seconds. They seem to be holding steady but not making much progress. Pumpkin Offlori is holding a comfortable lead over Singoshi. So unless Singoshi pulls off a miracle, Pumpkin is likely to take the win. Ilitsatone 95 and Imogen Tempest are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Maya just climbed one spot to 10th. Irazbeshil and Maya are locked in a close fight for 10th. Wow! X-Basic Switch really pulled off a surprise victory at Berlin Prix. Guess all those practice laps finally paid off. Well done. Wow! Siasix really pulled it off. Congratulations on the win, you drove like a true champion. That was some impressive racing. Sure. Did you know that the Autodromo Miguel Abed track is located in Mexico? And is known for its tight turns and challenging layout? It's often called the Mexico City Grand Prix circuit, but it doesn't quite get the same fame as the big international tracks. It's a real test of skill for drivers, because it demands precision and patience, especially around those tricky corners that make you wonder if the drivers are actually doing a dance instead of racing. Alright folks, last call to pick your favorite car before the race kicks off. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI masterpiece will accelerate into victory. Time's ticking, so get those choices in now. Well, this is quite the matchup. The Mitsubishi Eclipse GT from 26 is a classic choice with decent power, but it's a bit older and might be feeling its age on this track. Meanwhile, the Hyundai Genesis Coupe from 2010 is known for its sporty handling, and a decent balance of power. If I had to pick, I'd say Cloud Surfer 69's Hyundai might have a slight edge because of its more modern design and better handling capabilities. But don't count out Patsoras and that Mitsubishi just yet. Sometimes the oldies surprise us. Let's see how it all unfolds. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at the Autodromo Miguel Abed. Chelsea starting on pole with his classic 2006 Mitsubishi Eclipse GT. Let's see if that old school charm can hold the front. Chelsea has taken an early lead, holding the first place. Katsuma Girl is right behind in second, and Exo Assis is settling into third. Looks like a close fight already. Senyahima is on fire, climbing to second place after overtaking 3 cars. X34 is making a strong push, now in 9th, after passing 3 rivals. Cloud Surfer 69 is gaining ground, moving up to 18th with 3 quick overtakes. Wolf of Echo is on a roll, climbing to 15th place. Double is right behind, making a move to 17. Anarchy 6 is also gaining ground, now in 20th place. Cliffzone is climbing to 4th place. Agrids 34 is now in 7th. U20 Plays has jumped 2 spots to 9th. Maya is slicing through the field, now in 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Agrids 34 is climbing steadily, now in 6th place. U20 Plays is also making moves, now in 8th place. The race is heating up. Cloud Surfer 69 is making a nice climb, overtaking 3 cars to reach the 17th place. U20 Plays is closing the gap on the Exo Assis, cutting it down by over a second. Rusna Palm 6 is moving up the field, now in 12th place. Wiz 44 is charging through the field, now in 25th place after overtaking 4 cars. U20 Plays is climbing steadily, now in 7th place after gaining 1 spot. Bethralian and Rob Swizzle are nose to tail, fighting hard for 9th place. Bethralian advances to 9th place. Wolf of Echo moves up to 12th. Lucky Bird and Wolf of Echo are nose to tail for 12th. T-Bone just nudged into the top 10. Cloud Surfer 69 is climbing up to 13. Cloud Surfer 69 and Wolf of Echo are nose to nose for 12th place. Agrids 34 just bumped up to 5th place. Bethrilene is inching closer to XOSS, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Cloud Surfer 69 and Wolf of Eco are nose to tail for 12th place. Cliff Zone just snuck into 3rd place. E20 Plays is also climbing, now in 6th. Team Tinatea and Yo20 Plays are nose to nose for the 6th spot. Denyahima is climbing to 3rd place. Yo20 Plays is now in 5th. Cloud Surfer 69 has moved up to 12th. T-Bomb is climbing up to 9th place. Lucky Board is now in 13th. Cheese and Dash Hour has moved into 17th. The race is heating up. U20 Plays is closing in on Cliff Zone, cutting the gap by 1 second. Cloud Surfer 69 has moved up 1 spot to 11th place. Quiz 44 has also gained 1 position, now 22nd. Denyahima is climbing up to 2nd place. Cloud Surfer 69 is making a move to 10th. Double is gaining 2 spots and now sits in 14th. Wolf of Eco advances to 11th place. Cheese and Dash Hour is closing in on Maya and has cut the gap by 1.2 seconds. Indigo Pete climbs to 18th place. Denyahima is gaining on Shalesy, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. U20 Plays and Cliff Zone are nose to nose for 4th place. T-Bomb and Bethrilene are locked in a tight fight for 8th. Cloud Surfer 69 is climbing to 8th place. Double is now in 13th. Cheese and Dash Hour has moved into 15th. Lucky Board is gaining on Wolf of Echo, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Sasatura has moved up 1 spot to take 18th place. Indigo Pete and Sasatura are nose to tail fighting for 18th. Cloud Surfer 69 and Bethrilene are still locked in that tight battle for 8th place. Wolf of Eco is making a move, climbing up to 10th. And Maya is sneaking up 1 spot to 16th. Cloud Surfer 69 is climbing up to 8th place. Wolf of Eco is also moving forward into 9th. Cheese and Dash Hour is closing in on XOSS, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Congratulations to Shalesy for winning the race. Looks like they were in a league of their own today. Well done. Wow! Denyahima really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations to them. That was a race to remember. Looks like they've got some serious skills behind the wheel, even if it's just I. Can't wait to see what they do next. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the Lola T9500 Biwaha. It's got that sleek, aerodynamic design, and the experience from its race days that might give it a slight edge over the others. The Penske PC23 and Reynard 95 I are no slouches, but the Lola's heritage on tracks like Bridgehampton might just tip the scale in its favor. Plus, it sounds more like a race car name, don't you think? Alright, this is quite the vintage showdown. Both cars are classics from the mid-90s racing scene, so it's going to come down to who's got the better handling, and perhaps a bit of luck. The Reynard 95 I was known for its agility and quick response around tight corners, while the Lola T9500 was often praised for its stability at high speeds. Given that Bridgehampton is a track with a good mix of sharp turns and fast straights, I'd say it's a close call. If unknown tactics can leverage that quick turning ability and avoid any rookie mistakes, I'd give the edge to them. But if the Antiquero can maintain high speeds on the straights and keep a tight line through the corners, they might just pull ahead. Honestly, it's a toss-up. But I'd probably put my chips on the Reynard just because that responsiveness can be a game changer around those tricky sections. We'll see if the racetrack agrees. Alright folks, Cheryl Mazerosis is on pole in this AI showdown, cruising in a classic 1995, Reynard 95, or 1. Let's see if that old school charm can hold off the competition. Cheryl Mazerosis has shot to the front, leading the pack. Shotskis is right behind in second place, and Captain Trippy is holding on to third. The race is already heating up. Celestino Ninari just overtook someone to take 6th place. J-Maxiite and Wolf of Eco are still nose to tail for 9th. Amy and Becky Tapsum Bonks are neck and neck for 13th. Maya and Rosaris are nose to tail for 22nd place. Wolf's Light just gained a spot and is now 27th. Wolf of Eco is holding off Mergatsu for 8th place. Mar Pink Wolf and its Bumblebee are locked in a close fight for 19th. Mare Pink Wolf is climbing up to 19th place. Red Panda Manatee 4 is making a move to 28th place. Ixajax is trying to hold off Tangaducky TTV for 15th place. Red Panda Menina T4 and Wolf's Light are neck and neck for 27. Tangaducky TTV and Amy are neck and neck for the 14th spot. Ixajax and Tangaducky DTV are trading paint for 15. Shoot 'em up and its Bumblebee are locked in a close fight for the 20th position. Shotskis and Cheryl Mizeroses are still nose to tail at the front. Unknown Tactus just grabbed the 10th spot and is on the move. James Mayo is climbing up to 16th. Maya is currently in 23rd place, driving a Penske PC23. Looks like a slow start, but maybe the car's just warming up. Shoot 'em Up is driving a Loyalty 9500, which is known for its balance and handling. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, not making much noise but staying afloat. T-Bone and Captain Trippy are nose-to-nose for 3rd place. Celestia Linari and Eddie Liv are locked in a fierce fight for 5th. Red Panda Minity 4 is climbing up the field, now in 27th. Wolf's Light is holding off. Red Panda Manatee 4 by a car length. Dari Gauss and Jay Master the Gammon. 1000 are nose to tail. No room for mistakes. GM Prime is just ahead of Ixie Jackson 17th place. Shoot 'em Up and are Pinkle for neck and neck for 18. It's Bumblebee and Shoot 'em Up are fighting for 19. Jamexiite is driving a Penske PC23 and has the 10th position. They've been pretty consistent with the slowest lap of nearly 2 seconds slower than the leader. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves. Wow, Cheryl Mzirosi's really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations. That was a fantastic race. Looks like all that virtual horsepower paid off. Can't wait to see what you do in the next one. Sure thing. Did you know that the British Touring Car Championship cars are so advanced they can accelerate from 0 to 60 in just a few seconds? It's like watching a rocket on wheels, but with a lot more noise and way more rubber burning. The level of engineering in these cars is pretty mind-blowing, especially since they have to handle tight corners and high speeds all at once. It's basically a high-stakes game of keep up with the technical wizardry. Alright everyone, the countdown is almost up. Make your selections now or forever. Wonder what could have been. Don't say I didn't warn you when your favorite car gets snatched up in the last second. Hey there! Welcome back to the stream, Jordanish. Glad you could join us again. We're about to watch some AI race cars battle it out, so buckle up and enjoy the ride. Wow, what a matchup. Double in a 1993 Renault 19 versus me in a 1997 Volvo S40. Both are pretty solid choices, but the Renault 19 has that classic rebellious vibe, while the Volvo might have some reliability on its side. Honestly, I think the Renault might have a slight edge in agility because of its age and design, but don't count the Volvo out just yet. I'd probably put my chips on Double to take the win, but it's going to be a close call. Who do you think will come out on top? Alright folks, the race at Highlands is kicking off and leading the pack is Alex Alchanet Keo. In a classic 1996 Peugeot 406. Who knew a vintage French sedan would be in the spotlight today? Buckle up. Alexei Txut has taken the lead right out of the gate. Kyroscope is in second place trying to keep up. Double is holding on to third, but expect some action soon. Double is climbing up to second place. Kyroscope and Double are nose to nose for that spot. Amy and Tokido Cabri are locked in a close fight for fifth. Kyroscope is just ahead of Double by a car length. Skeggs' Beau Prix is trying to hold off Amy for 6th place. Waldo and Sassater are nose to tail in 9th and 10th. Maya is now in 3rd place, closing the gap. Kyroscope and Maya are neck and neck for 3rd. Skeggs' Beau Prix and Amy are fighting hard for 6th. My Racer is holding steady in 8th place. Skeggs' Beau Prix and Amy are still locked in a fierce fight for 6th. Jordan and Skeggs' Beau Prix are battling for 7th. Jordan just snuck into 7th place. Looks like the race for 6th between Jordan and Amy is heating up. Dr. Felix and Waldo are still neck and neck for 11th. Jordan is climbing to 6th place. Skeggs' Beau Prix is now 7th. Dr. Felix is making a move to 11th. Skeggs' Beau Prix is driving a Vauxhall Cavalier from 1991. They are currently in 7th place, holding steady but not making any big moves. Looks like a solid, no-nonsense run so far. The Highlands track seems to favor the front runners with stable handling, but the tight corners might be causing some overtaking opportunities for the brave. Maya is holding a solid 3rd place, but Double is right behind in 2nd. Looks like a close fight for the top spot. Wayne Trinity 4 is driving a 1991 Renault Clio. They're currently in the last position among the Group N racers, so the race isn't exactly going their way. Ren Kaori just overtook someone and is now in 8th place. Amy and Ren Kaori are nose to tail. Looks like a good old-fashioned duel for 8th. Kyroscope is holding off Maya by a car length for 3rd place. Dr. Felix and Zassatura are wheel-to-wheel for 10th position. No clear winner yet. Sassatura is driving a 1984 Fiat Ritmo 130 Abarth. Looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the pack, not making any big moves yet. Dr. Felix just gained 1 spot and is now in 10th place. Sassatura is right behind and they're battling hard for that 10th position. Kingrud is driving a 1984 Fiat Ritmo 130 Abarth. They're currently in the 16th place, so not quite the front runner but still hanging in there. Amy is currently in 9th place with a BMW 318i from 1992. Looks like she's holding steady but not quite making moves yet. Skex's Beaupré is driving a 1991 Vauxhall Cavalier. They're currently in 7th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Maya is holding a solid 3rd place, just behind Double, who's in 2nd. Looks like a close fight for the top 2 spots. Double might have the edge if they keep pushing, but Maya is right there ready to pounce. Alex Aixdate is leading in a 1996 Peugeot 4006. They're holding the top spot with a solid lap time of 2:34.36 went on day. Looks like they're steering smoothly so far. Yves Ragnaroks is driving a 1999 Citroën Xara in the Group N class. They're currently in 15th place, just ahead of the last few cars, and their lap time is quite close to the rest of the group. Looks like a steady, but not spectacular race so far. Maya and Double are nose to tail for 2nd place. Kyroscope and Maya are also fighting hard for 3rd. Waldo is inching closer to Xaceter, now just 1.1 seconds behind. Skex's Beaupré is driving a 1991 Vauxhall Cavalier. They're holding 7th place, and their fastest lap is just a bit behind the leaders, so they're hanging in there, but not quite catching the front runner. Maya is now in 2nd place, closing the gap. Maya and Aixdate are nose to tail for the lead. Double and Maya are swapping positions in that tight fight for 2nd. Maya is now in 1st place. Double and Aixdate are still nose to nose for 2nd. Imbus Platinum and Waldo are fighting hard for 12. Wow, Maya, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on your win. Congratulations, Maya. You crushed that race, proving once again that your driving skills are unmatched. Now, for the lucky ones. Those of you who placed your bets right, it's your chance to claim a car. If you're feeling lucky, you might just walk away with a 1997 Volvo S40 from the BTCC. So who's ready to claim their pride? Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock is ticking faster than these cars on a straightaway. Make your choice before the race starts, and let's see which machine will dominate the track. Don't make me choose one for you, because I might pick the slowpoke. Sure thing. Did you know that the Can-Am racing cars of the 1960s and 70s were famous for their incredible power and almost unlimited design freedom? They could be built with almost no restrictions, which led to some of the most wild and innovative cars in racing history. It was like a playground for engineers with a budget. Oh wow, this is quite the vintage showdown. The 1970 Ferrari 712 is a beauty, known for its sleek design and impressive speed back in the day. But then again, the 1969 Nissan R382, with its racing pedigree, could surprise us with raw power and agility. Honestly, I think the Ferrari might have a slight edge because of its handling and speed. But don't count out the Nissan. It's like a classic David and Goliath story, except with more horsepower and less slingshots. Let's see who truly dominates Bannockbrae today. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Bannockbrae and look at that. Chubby boy RJ is starting on pole in a classic 1970 March 707 Chevrolet. This should be interesting. Hope he keeps that vintage charm in the lead. Chubby boy RJ is leading the race right now. Orange Funk is in second place, and Adanut 44 is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Adanut 44 and Orange Funk are nose to tail for second place. Aminsan just gained one spot and is now in fourth. Maya and Aminsan are trading paint for fourth. G-Maxite just sneaked into the 12th place. Uchitsero and G-Maxite are nose to tail for that spot. Whip 3 out 25 gained a position to sit 27th thought. Whip 3 out 25 and Spear Like Hail are locked in a close fight for 26th. Adanut 44 and Orange Funk are nose to tail for second place. Maya is climbing up to fourth place. Dr. Felix is inching into 8th place. Dr. Felix and Billige are battling for 7th. When Real 25 just snuck into 25th place, and Spearlight Hale and Schmerzen Live are still nose-to-nose for 26. Filthy Old Guy is climbing up to 28. Spearlight Hale and Filthy Old Guy are now fighting over 27. Adenut 44 and Orange Funk are nose-to-tail for second place. Ragu just snuck into the top 14. Emerotic 398 and Reko Haruji are locked in a fierce fight for 18. Adenut 44 and Orange Funk are locked in a close fight for second place. Emerotic 398 is climbing up to 18th. Wild Kevinona is advancing to 20th. Adenut 44 just sneaked into second place, closing the gap. Orange Funk and Adenut 44 are nose to tail. Looks like a battle for second is heating up. Litho Cop is climbing to 5th, making moves but still a bit behind the leaders. Litho Cop and Maya are nose-to-tail fighting for 4th place. Dr. Felix has gained 1 spot and is now 7th. Ragu is also on the move, climbing to 12th. Dr. Felix is climbing up to 6th place. The Empress has moved up to 21st. The Press and Reko Haruji are nose-to-nose for 20. Orange Funk is trying to hold off Maya for 3rd place. Just Penchakes and Amy are still neck and neck for 10th. Ragu and Amy are locked in a close fight for 11. Maya is now in 3rd place, climbing up 1 spot. Prodigy, place 58, has also moved up 1 spot to 24th. Spear Like Hail is up 1 spot to 26th. Just Penchakis is holding off Wolf of Eco by a car length. Exclusivagox is just ahead of Meg Scoring Life by a nose. DM Empress and Reko Haruji are nose to tail for the 20th spot. Just Panchakas is trying to hold off Amy for 10th place. Exclusivagox and Meg's Boring Life are still nose to nose for 16th. The Empress just gained 1 spot and is now in 21st. Adenut 44 takes the lead, claiming 1st place. Maya is gaining on Chubby Boy RJ, closing the gap by over a second. Lithocarp advances to 4th, making moves through the field. Adenut 44 is leading the race in a 1970 Ferrari 712, which is known for its balanced performance and classic design. They seem to be holding a steady pace, already setting the fastest lap so far. Looks like they're in control for now. Dr. Felix is climbing to 5th place. Buchitero is now 12th. Prodigy, place 58, has moved up to 22nd. Buchitsero and Amy are locked in a tight fight for 11th place. Exclusivagox is closing in on 5 and 0 Guy, chipping away at the gap by a 2nd and a 3rd. Just Pantakes and Wolf of Eco are nose to nose for 9th place. Buchitsero and Amy are also locked in a fierce fight for 11. Schmerzen Live is chipping away at Filthy Old Guy's lead, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Bujitsero and Amy are nose to tail for 11th place, while Kevinona just gained one spot to sit at 19th. Ice Susivagox is closing in on Favenzero Guy, cutting the gap by 2.5 seconds. Congratulations on winning the race. Looks like you really took the lead and left everyone in the dust. Well done. Wow, what a race! Congratulations to Adanut44 for taking the win. You raced like a champion. And a big shout out to Maya for snagging the fastest lap. That 1970 Ferrari 712 Can-Am is all yours. Well deserved. Sure thing. Did you know that the Imola Retro track is basically a throwback to the classic racing days with its vintage design? It's like racing through a history book where every corner has a story, and the nostalgia is almost as intense as the speeds. It's a fun mix of old school charm and modern challenge that keeps the racers on their toes. Hey MRF Society! Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you're back in the racing action. Hope you're ready for some high-speed AI chaos. Sit back and enjoy the ride. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make your decision or risk losing your chance. Don't want to be stuck with the slowpoke on the starting line, do you? Get those selections in before it's too late. Well, this is quite the vintage showdown. Silent Fox, 113, in the 1967. Chevrolet Impala SS definitely has that classic American muscle on their side, with a lot of raw power and a bit of that nostalgic charm. On the other hand, Jonas got the leads in the 1962 Aston Martin DB 4 GT Zagato, brings a touch of European elegance and perhaps a bit more finesse on the corners. But it might lack the sheer brute strength of the Impala. Given the retro track and the car choices, I think the Chevrolet Impala has the edge in terms of straight-line speed and brute force. But hey, if the Aston Martin can carve through the turns with its lighter weight and more refined handling, it might just surprise us. I'm betting on the Impala to take the win, but don't count out the Aston Martin. Sometimes style and agility can outpace muscle when it's all about those tight corners. Alright folks, Amy is kicking things off from pole in a stunning 1962 Ferrari 250G. We're about to see some classic speed meet modern chaos at Imola Retro. Buckle up! The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by Bees McGee in second, and the Dreamkeeper in third. Looks like the front runners are already setting the pace. Maref Society and Juna Gata leads are neck and neck for 7th place. Dragoo is climbing up to 10th. Maya is making a move to 14th. MRF Society just sneaked into 7th place. That battle between MRF Society and Sumbold Bowie for 6th is getting spicy. Dragoo is climbing 2 spots to 8th. Trash Crashton is climbing nicely into the top 10. Maya is inching closer to P13. Down to Quest and Maya are locked in a close fight for the 14th spot. The vintage street cars are all pretty evenly matched, so the track at Imola is keeping the race tight. No clear advantage yet, just classic chaos. One is climbing out E1, is climbing up to 3rd place. The Dreamkeeper and Solid Humanity 1 are nose to nose for 3rd. Trash Crashton and Fragoo are battling hard for 8th. Trash Crashton just overtook someone to take 8th place. Fragoo and Trash Crashton are nose to nose for 8th. Maya is climbing up to 13th. Looks like the race is heating up. Imola's tight corners and technical sections are definitely favoring the vintage street cars with good handling. The top drivers are holding steady, but overtakes might be tricky with the narrow track. The vintage street cars are holding their own, but the track's tight corners and classic charm seem to favor the more experienced drivers. No surprises yet. Trash Crashton just overtook someone to take 7th place. Daisy Chance is now in 12th. Gliding Penguin and Down to Quest are nose to nose for 15th. Fragoo is driving a 1962 Ferrari 250 GTO and is currently in 10th place. Their race looks steady but not quite catching up to the front runners yet. Flex just overtook Down Talkwest and now they are nose to nose for 15th place. Beast McGee is driving a vintage Ferrari 250 GTO, starting in second place. Looks like they're holding a strong position so far. Staying close behind Amy. No overtakes yet. But the race is tight. Gliding Penguin is driving a 1962 Aston Martin DB4 GT Zagato. They are currently in the 17th place and seem to be struggling to move up, sitting behind other Aston Martins and a few GTOs. Fraggle advances to 8th place. F Society and Fraggle are still neck and neck for that position. Flex is closing the gap on me, trimming it down by over a second. Kilo Juliet is racing a 1965 Pontiac GTO. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just ahead of the last few cars but still a ways behind the leaders. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Bees McGee is now in first place. Zumboot Bowie and Silent Fox 213 are still battling for 5th. Maya is climbing up to 12th. Josh Crashton just overtook Zumboot Bowie, and now they're battling for 6th place. Marif Society is closing in on Fragout, cutting the gap by over a second. Trash Crashton and Silent Fox 213 are nose to tail for 5th place. Kilo Juliet Delta is creeping up on Flex, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Trash Crashton is climbing up to 5th place. Flex is making a move to 13. Bees McGee is holding a solid lead with the fastest lap. Looks like he's in control unless someone pulls off a surprise. Bees McGee is holding the lead and has the fastest lap, so he's clearly in control. Wow, Amy, winning at Imola Retro? Looks like you're just too good to be true. Congratulations. Wow, Bees McGee really showed us how it's done. Congratulations on winning the race. That was some impressive driving. Looks like all those flying lessons paid off. Can't wait to see if they can do it again in the next race. Well, a fun fact about the Grand Prix 1920 racing cars is that they were some of the earliest examples of what we now call racing engineering. These cars often had open wheels and very basic aerodynamics, which might sound like a recipe for chaos. They relied heavily on brute power and driver skill because the technology was still in its infancy. Imagine these cars racing at high speeds with little in the way of modern safety features. It was a wild era for racing, and definitely one of those times where a good driver's nerves and a touch of luck could mean the difference between winning and ending up in a ditch. Alright everyone, better hurry up if you want to pick your favorite race car before time runs out. Don't want to miss out on the thrill of watching these AI beasts tear up the track. Make your choice now, or forever be stuck cheering from the sidelines. Alright, so we have Figure 8 Sport cruising in a vintage 1927, Delage 15s8 and Hot Bolognese in a slightly newer 1937 era Type B. Both are classic beauties, but the real question is, which one can handle the twists and turns of Aile's reverse better? The Delage 15s8 is known for its sleek design and lightweight build, which could give it an edge in agility. Meanwhile, the era Type B is a little more robust and may have some advantage in stability. Considering everything, I'd probably lean towards Figure 8 Sport and the Delage for a good shot at winning. But don't count out Hot Bolognese. Sometimes a little extra weight and stability can make all the difference, especially on a tricky reverse track. Who do you think will take it? Alright folks, the race kicks off at Aile's reverse, and leading the pack is Axton Hits on pole position. They're in a classic 1937 era Type B, so let's see if that vintage charm can keep them ahead. Maya is leading the race right now, followed by Axton Hits in second and Hymise in third. The top three are already setting the pace. Hymise is now in second place, closing the gap. Axton Hits and Hymise are nose to nose for that second spot. Connor Malady is climbing up to fourth, making moves. Axton Hits is now in second place, climbing one spot. Connor Malady also moves up one spot into third. The race is heating up. Hymise is now in third place. Connor Malady and Hymise are battling closely for that spot. Amy has moved up to sixth place. Connor Malady is climbing up to third place. Blackbeard and Plebis 3 are nose to nose for 8. Hymise is climbing nicely into third place. Plebis 3 and Indus Platinum are locked in a fierce fight for 7th. Figure 8 Sport is making a move up to 9th. Hymise is driving a 1923 Delage 2 LCV, currently in third place. Looks like they're holding steady and staying competitive. Amy is currently in 9th place with a Bentley blower 4.5 liter. Looks like she's holding her own among the early pack, but no overtakes yet. Axton Hits is leading the race in a 1937 era Type B. Looks like they're holding onto the front spot comfortably so far. Figure 8 Sport is holding on to 9th, but is stuck behind Blackbeard. Hot Bolognese is a bit further back in 12th, so the odds favor Figure 8 Sport for now. Connor Malady is now in 3rd place. Amy is chopping down the gap to just around 133,796 by 1 second. Connor Malady is driving a 1923 Sunbeam Grand Prix. They're currently in 5th place and seem to be holding steady, but no real threats or overtakes happening yet. Yester 133,796 is driving an Alfa Romeo P3 from 1935, a classic racing icon. They're currently in 5th place, so they're holding a solid position, but still chasing the leaders. Jaimez is now in 2nd place, making a nice move up. Hot Bolognese is closing in on Blackbeard, cutting the gap by over a second. They're really battling for the 10th spot, nose to tail. Plebis 3 is driving a 1923 Sunbeam Grand Prix D. They're currently in 7th place, but their fastest lap is not recorded yet, so they might be holding back a bit. Maya is watching as Amy gets closer to just around 133,796. The gap, shrinking fast. Imbus Platinum is also closing in on Plebis 3, both races heating up. Jaimez is really eyeing Maya. Now, Connor Malady and Axton Hits are nose to nose for 3rd place. Plebis 3 just gained 2 spots and is now in 5th. Figure 8 Sport is driving a 1927 Delage 15 S8. They're currently in 10th place, but their fastest lap is quite slow at nearly 2 minutes. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the pace. Amy is driving a 1931 Bentley Blower 4.5 liter. They're currently in 8th place, just behind the leaders. The race looks tight with a close gap to the top. Wow, Maya, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on the win. Clearly you're the fastest in the bunch. Wow, Maya, you really pulled off an incredible win. Congratulations! That was some impressive driving, or, well, maybe just really lucky AI luck. Either way, you earned it. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering capability. Botniaring has a lot of twists and turns that demand precise steering and balance. Top speed is nice, but the ability to maintain control through tight curves will really make or break your race here. Quick acceleration out of corners is also key, because maintaining momentum can be the difference between winning and losing. So, a car that's nimble and responsive would be my pick for this track. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The countdown is ticking down faster than a turbocharged engine. Make your choice before it's too late, or you might end up with the car that everyone else forgot to pick. Alright folks, this is a classic muscle car showdown. Amy's in the Ford Mustang Boss, which is known for its raw power and iconic design. Yester's in the Dodge Challenger, another beast with a reputation for muscle and style. Given that both cars are from the same era, but have slightly different strengths, I'd say it's a close call. The Mustang Boss might have a slight edge in agility and handling, but the Challenger's got that extra torque punch. So, who do I think will take the win? I'm putting my chips on the Mustang Boss, but don't count the Challenger out just yet. This is going to be a fun race to watch. Alright everyone, the race is on at Botany-Ring, and leading the pack is HP Loopcraft and a classic 1966 Porsche 906. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold on to the lead, or if the newer cars have other plans. HP Loopcraft is leading the race, followed closely by Xacitur in second place. Yesteron 133,796 is currently in third, trying to keep up. Pumpkin of Glory is climbing to fifth place. Cliffzone and Naya are nose to nose for sixth. Ixnobud Ixel is making a move to 10th. Cliffzone is driving a 1966 Porsche 906, a classic racing machine. They're currently in 7th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Cliffzone is climbing to 6th place. Exception is also moving up to 9th place. HP Loopcraft is leading in a classic Porsche 906 from 1966. Looks like they are comfortably in front with no sign of slowing down. Mergutsu is driving a classic 1966 M GMGBG. Looks like they're holding steady in the middle of the pack, not making any big moves but not falling behind either. The tight corners and short straights are favoring the classic Group 4 cars, keeping the top positions tightly packed. The Group 2 cars are struggling to keep up, likely due to the track's demands. Pumpkin of Glory is racing a Ferrari 365 GTB for Daytona, a classic Grand Tour known for its sleek design and V12 power. They are currently in 6th place, so they're holding steady but not quite challenging the top. Pumpkin Flurry is cruising in a Ferrari 365 GTB 4 Daytona, a classic beauty known for its speed and style. Looks like they're holding a solid 6th place, staying close to the leaders. Clickzone is really closing the gap on Amy, cutting it down by 5 seconds. Maya just climbed 1 spot to sit in 6th place. Amy is holding on to 3rd but still behind Jester, who's in 4th. Looks like Jester might have a slight edge for now. Wrestling 567 is driving a 1968 Isuzu Bella GTR. They're currently in 9th place and seem to be holding steady, but no real moves happening yet. Yesterone 133,796 is driving a 1970 Dodge Challenger, known for its muscle car heritage and powerful V8 engine. They're currently in 3rd place, so they're holding a solid position but still chasing the leaders. Yasatura is leading the 2nd group in a 1974 Ford Capri RS 3100. They're holding on to 2nd overall and have the 2nd fastest lap time. Looks like they're cruising smoothly so far. Sasatura is cruising in a 1974 Ford Capri RS 3100. Holding 2nd place. Looks like they're staying consistent with a decent lap time, but no real pressure from behind. Yushchanev is driving a 1965 Alfa Romeo GTA. They're holding steady in the middle of the pack, but their lap times suggest they're not pushing for a comeback just yet. Thomas Moran is driving the 1973 Triumph Dolomite Sprint Tak Dotto. They're currently in the middle of the pack in 10th place with a lap time around 2:14. Not exactly setting the world on fire, but still hanging in there. Sasatura is driving a 1974 Ford Capri RS 3100, currently holding 2nd place. Their fastest lap is 1 minute 53.607, so they're pushing hard but not quite matching the leader's pace. Looks like a solid run so far. Wrestling 567 is driving a 1968 Isuzu Bella GT, a classic Japanese compact. Caddy. Their race looks tough with the slowest lap time so far, sitting in 10th place and a good chunk behind the leaders. Yesterone 133,796 and Zasatur are nose-to-nose for 2nd place. Just Shanev and Ixnobarixel are locked in a close fight for 10th. Yesterone 133,796 is driving a 1970 Dodge Challenger, known for its muscle car reputation. They're currently in 3rd place, hanging tough and pushing for a podium finish. Maya is watching as Amy gets closer to Gesterone, 133,796. The gap shrinking nicely. Thomas Moran is also making a move on Bubba, closing in with a bit more urgency. Wow, HP Lootcraft really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win, champion. Wow, HP Lootcraft really pulled off an impressive victory. Congratulations to them for claiming the top spot. Looks like all that virtual racing skill paid off. Good job. Here's a fun fact about the 2011 Chevrolet Silverado. It was one of the last models before the Silverado 1500 got a major redesign in 2014. So, if you're into the classic slightly rugged look with that big truck vibe, this one captures the end of an era. Plus, it's known for its durability and tough build, making it a favorite among those who still love a good old-fashioned pickup. Oh wow, this is quite the matchup. A 2011 Toyota Tundra versus a 2011 Chevrolet Silverado. Both are pretty solid trucks, but racing around the high-speed ring, that's a bit of a wild card. I mean, these trucks are made for hauling rather than racing, so it's more about who can handle the corners better with their weight distribution and aerodynamics. Given that it's an AI race, I'd put my money on Darigaz and that Toyota. Toyotas tend to have a bit better balance and agility, even if it's an older model. Plus, the Tundra might just surprise us with some unexpected grip. The Silverado? It's a beast, but probably a little less nimble on a track like this. So my guess is Darigaz Toyota will edge out a win. But honestly, it's more about seeing these trucks scream around the track than who actually wins. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at high-speed ring with Taknasty on pole, driving a classic 2011 Toyota Tundra. Let's see if that truck can hold the lead or if the AI will surprise us. Technesty has shot off the line to take the lead. Rumi Fist 13 is holding strong in second place, while Frank Werdy is right behind in third. It looks like a tight battle forming early on. Darigals and Frank Werdy are nose to nose for third place. Wayne Nebretsky and Bufina 19 are locked in a close fight for fifth. Schmerzenlevy just gained one spot and is now seventh. Darigaz is climbing up to third place. Frank Werdy and Darigaz are nose to nose for that spot. Yakiraman is gaining 2 positions to sit seventh. Yakiraman and Wayne Bretsky are locked in a close fight for sixth. Frank Werdy and Darigaz are nose to tail fighting for third place. Schmerzenlevy just gained 2 spots and is now in sixth. Wayne Nebretsky and Schmerzenlevy are locked in a close duel for sixth. Frank Werdy and Darigaz are nose to nose for third place. Wayne Nebretsky just gained 1 spot and is now in sixth. Schmerzenlevy and Wayne Bretsky are fighting hard for sixth position. Rumi Fist 13 is now in first place. Frank Werdy has climbed to third. Wayne Bretsky has moved up to fifth. Bufina 19 and Wayne Nebretsky are neck and neck for fifth place. Schmerzenlevy and Fozo are trading paint for seventh. Waffling Godders is climbing up to ninth, just 1 spot behind. Darigaz is holding on to third place, but Frank Werdy is right on their tail. Bufina 19 is just ahead of Wayne Bretsky, but Wayne Bretsky is not giving up without a fight. Waffling Godders and Schmerzenlevy are nose to nose for 8th place. This is getting spicy. Frank Werdy and Technesty are nose to tail for 2nd place. Darigaz and Frank Werdy are also fighting hard for 3rd. Wayne Nebretsky and Darigaz are locked in a close duel for 4th. Technesty and Frank Werdy are nose to tail for 2nd place. HP Lootcraft is climbing 2 spots to 10th. Apoloniza is on the move, climbing 4 spots to 14. Technesty has gained 1 position to 2nd place. Frank Werdy and Technesty are nose to tail for 2nd. Velocitor 14 is on a tier, overtaking 18 cars to grab the lead. Rumi Fist 13 and Velocitor 14 are nose to nose for 1st place. Frank Werdy and Technesty are also locked in a close fight for 3rd. Rumi Fist 13 just overtook Technesty and is now in 1st place. Technesty is not giving up easily and is trying to reclaim the lead. The race is heating up, with both racers battling fiercely for the top spot. Technesty is holding a slim lead over Rumi Fist 13 for the top spot. Yakiranaman and Schmerzenlevy are still nose to nose for 7th place. Maya just climbed 1 spot to 10th, looking to make a move. Darigaz and Frank Werdy are locked in a close fight for 3rd place. Maya has just gained 1 position and is now in 9th. Waffling Godders is climbing 2 spots and is now in 10th. Wow. Rummy Fizz 13 took the checkered flag. Guess they were just too fast for everyone else. Well done. Wow, Rummy Fizz 13 really pulled off an incredible race. Congratulations on the win. That was some impressive driving. And a big shout out to Maya. You earned yourself a 2011 Dodge Ram from NASCAR Trucks for all those daring overtakes. Nice work. Alright. The 2011 BMW Z4 is like that friend who's all about style but knows how to handle a curve. Fun fact? It's got a retractable hardtop that transforms it from a sleek coupe to a sporty roadster in just a few seconds. It's basically the Swiss Army knife of convertibles. Perfect for showing off in the city or just cruising with the top down and pretending you're in a movie. Alright everyone, the clock's ticking. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to make that choice before the race starts. Don't miss out on the chance to cheer for your top contender. Alright, this is an interesting matchup for sure. Mafia Mave in that classic Ferrari 360, which is all about style and a bit of that vintage Ferrari flair. On the other hand, Amy is rolling with a more modern Mercedes-AMG GT 300, which probably has a bit more tech and some serious speed on its side. Considering Wakefield Park's twists and turns, the Ferrari might be elegant, but a tad less nimble compared to the sleek AMG. But, hey, don't count out the Ferrari just yet. Sometimes those older cars surprise you in a race. If I had to wager a guess, I'd say Amy's Mercedes might have a slight edge, especially if it handles the corners well. But honestly, it could go either way. It all depends on how well the AI manages the racing lines. Let's find out. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Wakefield Park. And in the lead, we have Just Platinum in a classic 2003 Porsche 911, starting on the very front. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold off the newer rivals. Maya is leading the race from the front, holding that first place. Just behind her, Just Platinum is trying to keep up in second. Mafia Mavi is currently in third, but the pack is already starting to shuffle. Willow, Shrub, and Shoot 'em Up are neck and neck for 5th place. Agrids 34 just snuck into 7th and August Wolfie is now in 10th. Mafia is climbing to 2nd place. Oaks Wolfie is sneaking into 8th. Imogen Tempos is inching into 10th. Imogen Tempos and Kickass Lady X3 are locked in a close fight for 9th. Imogen Tempos just overtook Kickass Lady X3 and is now in 9th place. They're still neck and neck, so expect some fireworks soon. Willow Shrub advances to 5th place. Kickass Lady X3 climbs to 9th place. Imogen Tempos and Kickass Lady X3 are nose to nose for 9th. Shoot 'em Up is climbing up to 5th place. Imogen Tempos and Ren Kaori are both moving into 9th and 10th respectively. Looks like some consistent gains today. Maya is leading in a 2012 Subaru BRZ, which is known for agility and sharp handling. Looks like she's holding her position well, despite the Ferrari and Porsche chasing her down. Naya is holding steady in 6th place. Shoot 'em Up and Amy are still nose to tail for 4th. Kickass Lady X3 just slipped into 11th, climbing 1 spot. Amy just overtook Just Platinum and is now in 3rd place. They're neck and neck, racing hard for that 3rd spot. Ren Kaori is driving a 2011 BMW Z4 Top. They're holding steady in the top 10, but their lap time suggests they're not quite as quick as some of the others. Imogen Tempos is driving a 23 Ferrari 360. She's currently in 10th place, maintaining a solid pace with a fastest lap just over a minute. Looks like she's holding her own among the BMWs and Porsches. Willow Shrub and Agrids 34 are nose to tail fighting for 6th place. Agrids 34 just made a move and is now in 6th. Willow Shrub isn't giving up easily though, still close behind. Shoot 'em Up is climbing to 4th place. Willow Shrub is now 6th. Augs Wolfie has moved into 7th. The race is heating up. Kickass Lady X3 is driving a Ferrari 360 from 2003. She's currently in 7th place, but her lap time suggests she's struggling to keep up with the leaders. Mafia V is holding the lead and just set the fastest lap, so he's probably feeling pretty confident right now. Shoot 'em Up is driving a Mooncraft Shiden from 2009. They're currently in 5th place, but their lap time of 10.329 suggests they're struggling to keep up with the leaders. Wow, Maya, you must be thrilled to win at Wakefield Park. Looks like all that practice paid off. Well, looks like Maya just crossed the finish line first. Congratulations! That was an impressive display of AI driving skills. I guess all those late-night coding sessions paid off. Now, who's ready for the next race? If I had to pick one of these cars for a race on the Macau circuit, I would say the 2018 Ferrari 488 GT3 Sprint has a good shot. It's got precision handling, plenty of power, and the kind of agility that suits those tight, twisty streets. I mean, let's be honest, if it doesn't win, it'll at least look good trying. Alright everyone, time's almost up to pick your favorite car. Make those decisions quick before the countdown hits 0. Don't want to miss out on the thrilling ride. Alright, this is quite the showdown in Macau. Catgirl, TMS McLaren 650 CT3 is known for its raw power and agility. It's a beast on the track, especially with that turbocharged V8 under the hood. But don't count out the Ginetta G55 either, even if it's a bit less flashy. It's lightweight and nimble, which can be a game changer on tight corners. Given the track's tricky layout and the car's specs, I'd say the McLaren has the edge in straight-line speed and overall stability. But the Ginetta could surprise us with some clever handling through the twists and turns. Still, I'd put my chips on Catgirl TM's McLaren taking the win here, just because it's a proven performer in these kinds of battles. But hey, we're here for the fun, so let's see who actually crosses the finish line first. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Macau and in pole position we have its Syrah in a 2010 Alfa Romeo 8CG T3. Looks like a classic ride ready to make some noise on this tight track. The race kicks off with its Syrah leading the pack, followed closely by Ihave Xema in second place. Amy is currently in third, trying to hold her position early on. Maya is now in third place, closing the gap on the leaders. The race is heating up with Maya and Amy fighting for third. Catgirl TM and Maya are nose to tail, both eager to climb higher. Alukos advances to 8th place. Globoise climbs to 9th. Bufini 19 and Sadamujijamis are locked in a close fight for 11th. Popcorn Slayer is climbing up to 17th place. Luke's Ravenous and Popcorn Slayer are nose-to-nose for that same spot. Darigos is also making moves, now in 19th place. Slitten City Gaming is driving a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro. They're currently in the middle of the pack, holding on to the 16th spot, so it looks like they're just trying to stay out of trouble and maybe sneak into the top 10 later. Velocitor 14 is driving a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro in the Trans Am class. They are currently in the last place, so it looks like their race is not going well so far. Princess Wildface is driving a 2021 Ford Mustang in the Trans Am class. They are currently in the last place, so it looks like their race is not going smoothly. Slipsney de Gaming is in the 13th spot, driving a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack, probably waiting for a chance to slide past some opponents. Tangaducky TTV is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 7th place. Global Sixel just nudged up 1 spot to 8. Zademojiamis is gaining ground, moving 2 spots to 9th. Zademojiamis is climbing up to 8th place. Slitten Slediang is inching closer to Goofy 19th, cutting the gap by a second. 2. Double is really closing in on VD39, closing the distance by almost 4 seconds. Maya is holding a solid 4th place, so she's not out of it yet. Catgirl TM is just behind in 5th. Looks like a close fight, but Maya might need a little more juice to catch up. Waldo is driving a 2021 Chevrolet Camaro in the Trans Am class. They're currently in 15th place and seem to be holding steady without any major moves or overtakes so far. Tangaducky DTV is right behind Hot Bolognese now, just a blink away. Princess Wildface and Velocitor 14 are nose-to-nose for the 18th spot. Case Teflex is on the move, closing in on Princess Wildface by nearly 4 seconds. Catgirl TM is driving a 2014 McLaren 650s GT3 and is currently in 6th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite in the top 3 yet. The GT3 cars are dominating the top spots with consistent lap times, showing the class's strength on this track. Trans Am cars are hanging in but lagging behind, likely due to the tracks favoring more agile, precise handling of the GT3s. Well, look at that! It's Sarar just took the top spot. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow. Congratulations to Itsura for winning the race. That was an impressive drive. Now, the drivers who can claim a car are the ones who finished in the top positions. And Maya, you won the bet race. You can now claim the 2016 Jetta G55 GT. 3. Well done. Who's feeling lucky enough to claim their prize next? For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Detroit Belle Isle has a mix of tight corners and quick chicanes, so a car that can dance through the turns without losing speed would be ideal. Sure, raw power helps, but if the car can't stick to the road and handle those tricky bends efficiently, it'll be at a disadvantage. So, a well-balanced car with sharp cornering capabilities and responsive steering would be my top pick. Hey there, Rizaldi Adha? Glad to see you back in the chat. We've been having some pretty intense AI car races, so you've missed quite the show. Grab some popcorn and enjoy the competition. Alright everyone, listen up. If you want to pick a car for the race, just type !race followed by the number of the car you like from the list on the left. If you're torn between a few, no worries. Send multiple race commands and one will be chosen randomly for you. Just remember, you need to type race for each of your choices, so the system knows which cars to include. Let's see those choices roll in and get ready for some high-octane chaos. Welcome back, Deplorably Apple. Glad to see you return to the chaos. Hope you're ready to see some virtual cars do their thing. Hey everyone! If you want to see what cars you've got locked in for the race, just type !car in the chat. It'll show you your current car selection so you can keep an eye on what's competing. Give it a try and see what you're racing with. Hey everyone, the clock's ticking. Make your choices quick, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI picks for you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Well, this is certainly a classic clash of the ages and engineering philosophies. The Nissan Fairlady Z432 is known for its sporty heritage and impressive power for a car of its era. On the other hand, the Chevrolet Corvair Monza has that rear-engine, rear-wheel drive charm, but might lack the outright performance edge. Given the track is Detroit Belle Isle, which has a mix of tight corners and long straights, I might give a slight edge to Amy's Fairlady Z432. It's more agile and has a bit more of that racing pedigree. But then again, Necrophantasm's Corvair could surprise us if it manages to harness its unique layout in the twists and turns. So, my bet? I think Amy and the Nissan might just take the victory. But don't count out Necrophantasm pulling a sneaky move. Alright folks, this race was all requested by me, so be sure to thank me later. We're kicking off at the Detroit Belle Isle track with the combined street cars class. Leading the pack on pole is Deplorable April in a 2014 Maserati Gran Turismo. Let's see if she can hold that front or if the competition has other plans. Deplorable April is leading the race right now, followed closely by SNR Savage in second and Jax holding on to third. Looks like a good start for the top three. Ablaze is climbing fast into second place. Jamasta Tigamanin 1000 is also making progress, now in fourth. JC Productions and SNR Savage are locked in a close fight for fifth. Rizaldi Adha is climbing fast into fifth place. JC Productions and SNR Savage are locked in a fierce fight for sixth. Necrophantasm is inching up to 10th. Bunnysoft Doom just overtook Mootube, and now they are neck and neck for the 13th spot. Looks like Bunnysoft Doom is hungry for more and trying to push ahead. JC Productions is climbing up to 6th place. Necrophantasm is closing the gap on Amy, and they are now battling for 9th place. Gamasta Tigamanin 1000 is having a rough time, dropping to 12th place. Rizaldia Adha is climbing up to 4th place. GC Productions is sneaking into 5th. Maya is on a roll, climbing to the 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Mootube is also making progress, moving up 2 spots to 12th. Iganerite is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 16th. Iganerite is on a roll, climbing 8 places to 7th. Oscar Tirad is making a move, gaining 5 spots to 10th. Rizaldi Adha is closing in on Jax, shrinking the gap by 1.2 seconds. Those two are locked in a tight fight for 3rd place. JC Productions is closing in on Rizaldi Adha, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Rizaldi Adha is climbing 2 spots to secure 6th place. Rookie Miriki is moving up one spot to take 8th. Rizaldi Ada is driving a 2014 Lamborghini Asterion, which is a hybrid supercar blending power and efficiency. Their race looks pretty solid with a strong start from 7th and now holding the 4th spot. Gamaster Tamar 9000 is closing in on Bunnysoft Doom rapidly, cutting the gap by 16.9 seconds. Rookie Miriki has moved up one spot to take 7th place. Enner Savage and Rookie Miriki are now locked in a close fight for 7th position. Rizaldi Adha is climbing up to 3rd place. Ixijax and Rizaldi Adha are nose to tail for that spot. Enner Savage is making a move to 7th. Necrophantasm is hot on Amy's tail now. Bunnysoft Doom is closing in on MooTube quickly. Gaster Tigamer 9000 is creeping closer to me, just 1.5 seconds behind. Bunnysoft Doom is gaining on MooTube, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Gamaster Tigamer 9000 is hot on my tail, shrinking the distance by over a second. Rizaldi Adha is climbing up to 2nd place. Bunnysoft Doom is making progress and is now 12th. Gamaster Tigamer 9000 is gaining on me, closing the gap by almost 4 seconds. Maya is driving a vintage Porsche 911 SC from 1983. She's currently in the last place and her lap time suggests she's struggling to keep up with the retro street cars ahead. Gymmaster Tigamer 9000 is rapidly catching up to Maya, and the gap is shrinking fast. Rizaldi Ada is making a move on Deplorable Apple and JC Productions, both getting closer by 2 seconds. Rizaldi Ada is really closing the gap on JC Productions. Looks like a battle brewing. Rookie Miriki just jumped up one spot to 7th place. Bunnies of Doom also gained one position, now in 10th. Things are heating up. Rizaldi Adha is now in 1st place. JC Productions is gaining on Exejax, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Rizaldi Adha is also making a move on JC Productions, inching closer by just over a second. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on JC Productions with a 1.2 second difference. Bunnysoft Doom is closing in on Enner Savage, closing the gap by 1.8 seconds. Gymmaster Tigamer 9000 is making a move on Maya with a 1.3 second difference. Ixijax just moved up to 3rd place. Rizaldi Ada is gaining on JC Productions, closing the gap by nearly 4 seconds. Bunnysoft Doom is inching closer to Enner Savage, chipping away at the lead by over 2.5 seconds. Bunnies of Doom is gaining on Enner Savage, closing the gap to just a second. Gymmaster Tigamer 9000 is right behind me, creeping closer by a little over a second. Rizaldi Adha is really stalking JC Productions now. Bunnies of Doom has just sneaked into 8th place. Swell Place V is gaining on Amy fast, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Bunnies of Doom is climbing up to 7th place. Rookie Miriki and Bunnies of Doom are nose to tail for that spot. Maya is chipping away at Mu2, now just 1 second behind. Bunnies of Doom is now just behind Rizaldi Adha, closing the gap to less than a second. Gamasta Tegamanin 1000 is rapidly approaching. Maya and is now only a few car lengths behind. Necrophantasm is gaining on Swell Place TV, closing the distance to just over a second. Gamasta Tegamanin 1000 is breathing down. Maya's neck closing in by a similar margin. Mutuba is driving a 1996 Mazda Miata, which is known for its agility and lightweight. Looks like they're struggling a bit today, sitting in the middle of the pack and close to the back. Maya, better watch out. Jamaster the Gamer 9000 is closing in fast. Ixijax is chipping away at Deplorable Evil's lead. Swell Play Stevie just sneaked into the top 10, making moves. Maya is gaining on Mu2, closing the gap to just over a second. Jamasta Timaning 1000 is right behind. Mayana inching closer. Maya is gaining on Mu2, closing the gap to just over a second and a half. Gamasta Tamer 9000 is hot on Maya's tail, cutting the distance by 2 seconds. Hey Airafe, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you here again. Hope you're ready for some epic AI car racing action. Ixijax is gaining on Deplorable Label, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Rizaldi Adha and JC Productions are locked in a fierce fight for 5th place. Necrophantasm and Amy are neck and neck for 11th. Deplorably Apple is really eyeing Rizaldi Adha now, closing the gap by over a second and a half. Ablaza is hot on Ixijax's tail, closing in by 1.42 seconds. Rizaldi Adha just climbed 1 spot to 5th place. Looks like the race is heating up. Gamasta Tegamanin 1000 is rapidly catching up to Maya, and might be knocking on the door soon. Ixijax is inching closer to Deplorably Apple, but still a bit of a stretch. Rizaldi Adha is making a move on Ablaze, but not quite close enough to cause trouble just yet. Rizaldi Adha is climbing to 4th place. Bunnies of Doom is cutting down the gap to JC Productions by 3.5 seconds. Maya is making her way to the 13th spot. Igenarite is driving a 1994 Alfa Romeo 155 Q4, a car known for its rally heritage and all-wheel drive. They are currently in the 14th place, struggling a bit with a lap time of just over 2 minutes. Looks like they're having a tough time keeping up with the pack. Ixajax and Deplorable Apple are nose to tail for second place. Maya is climbing up to 12. Looks like a little more action behind the leaders. Ixajax has just overtaken someone to move into second place. Rizali Adha is closing the gap on Deplorable Apple quickly. And Maya is climbing up to 11, inching closer to the top 10. Rizaldi Adha has moved up one spot to take third place. Deplorable Apple and Rizaldi Adha are battling closely for third. Ablaze is closing in on Deplorable Apple, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Ablaze and Deplorable Apple are fighting for fourth place. Gamasta Yamer 9000 is closing in on Necrophantasm fast, cutting the gap by over 6 seconds. GC Productions just moved up one spot to fifth. GC Productions and Deplorable Apple are nose to nose for fourth place. Gamasta Yamer 9000 is gaining fast on Necrophantasm, closing the gap by 6.6 seconds. JC Productions and Deplorable Apple are locked in a fierce fight for fourth place. Bunnies of Doom is closing in on Ablaze, chipping away 3 seconds. NNR Savage is gaining on Rukimiriki, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Jamaster Tagama 9000 is catching Necrophantasm, narrowing the distance by 230 seconds. Amy is currently in 8th place, a bit behind Necrophantasm, who is in 14th. Looks like Amy has some ground to make up if she wants to catch up before the finish. GC Productions and Deplorable Apple are neck and neck for fourth place. Gemaster Tamerni 1000 is climbing 2 spots to 13th away. Bunnies of Doom is almost on Ablaze's tail now. Swell Playist V's Gay is gaining on Senar Savage. Gemaster Tagama 9000 is hot on Amy's heels, closing the gap by nearly 4 seconds. Gamasta Tagamanin 1000 is gaining on Amy and closing the gap by a second. Uskzarat is really closing in on Necrophantasm, cutting the distance by almost 3 seconds. Bunnies of Doom is gaining on Ablaze quickly, closing the gap by almost 4 seconds. Swell Placed V is inching closer to Ensinar Savage, just over a second behind. Jamasta Tagama 9000 has moved up one spot to 12th place. Amy's car is a vintage 1970 Nissan Fairlady Z 432, currently in 8th place. She's running quite a bit slower than the modern cars, and her race looks like a steady cruise in the vintage lane. Oskatsarat is gaining fast on Necrophantasm, closing the gap by over 5 seconds. Deplorable Apple is inching closer to Rizaldi Adha, chipping away at the distance by a little over 2 seconds. Bunnies of Doom is closing in on Ablaze, reducing the gap by 2.5 seconds. JC Productions just sneaked into 4th place. Gamaster Tamer 9000 is chopping down the seconds on Maya and closing in fast. Gmaster Tigamanin 1000 Maya are locked in a fierce scrap for 11th. Bunnies of Doom is climbing to 6th place. Rookie Miriki is now 7th. Zener Savage has moved into 8th. The race is heating up. Himasta Tigamanin 1000 is climbing to 10th place. Maya is now 11th. Amy has moved into 12th. Looks like a tight race behind the leaders. Jamasta Tigamanin 1000 is closing in on Swell Place TV quickly, just 1.4 seconds behind. Necrophantasm has moved up 1 spot to 13. Oskatserot is also climbing up 1 spot to 14. Jamaster Tigamanin 1000 is really closing in on Swell Place TV, chopping down the gap by over 5 seconds. Oskatserot is climbing up to 13th place, making some moves. Ablas is slicing through the track, now just under 8 seconds behind Mutube. Gamasta Tigama 9000 is climbing up to 9th place. Oskatserot is creeping closer to Amy, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Gamasta Tigamanin 1000 advances to 8th place. Oskatserot Azo climbs to 12th place. Amy and Oskatserot are nose to nose for 12th. Gamasta Tigamanin 1000 is gaining on Rukimiriki, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Necrophantasm has moved up 1 spot to 14. Ablaza is closing in on the Mutube, reducing the distance by 3 seconds. Ablaza is gaining fast on Mutube, now just over 13 seconds behind. Ixajax is closing in on Rizaldi Adha, cutting the gap by 3 seconds. Jamasta Tigama 9000 is inching closer to Rukimiriki, reducing the distance by a little over 2 seconds. Jamasta Tigama 9000 is right behind Rukimiriki now. Oskatserot is gaining on Maya and getting closer. Ablaze is chipping away at Mutube's lead. Jamaster Tigama 9000 is gaining on Rukimiriki and closing the gap quickly. Oskatserot is right behind me, not giving up. Mutube is catching Necrophantasm at a decent pace. Ixajax is right behind Rizaldi Adha now, closing the gap quickly. Rizaldi Adha and Ixajax are locked in a fierce fight for 2nd place. Gamasta Tigama 9000 is gaining on Rukimiriki, just 1.42 seconds behind. Gamasta Tigama 9000 is narrowing the distance to Rukimiriki by 3.2 seconds. Maya is creeping up on Swell Placed VV, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Oskatserot is gaining on Maya with a 3.4 second reduction. Rizaldia Ada is climbing up to 2nd place. Master T Gamma 9000 is chipping away at Rookie Miraki's lead, now 3.2 seconds closer. Well-placed V is making a move to 9th place. Maya is catching up to SNR Savage fast, just a second and a half behind now. Necrophantasm is gaining on Amy too, closing the distance by 2 seconds. Deplorable is gaining on JC Productions, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Gamasta Tegaman 1000 is chipping away at Rukimiriki, closing nearly 4 seconds. Osksarat is on the move, climbing 2 spots to 10th place. Gasta Tegamanin 1000 is closing in on Rukimiriki rapidly. Ablaze has moved up 1 spot to 14. Necrophantasm and Ablaze are locked in a close fight for 14. Rizaldi Ada is closing in on Rizaldi Ada, cutting the gap by 5.9 seconds. Oskatsarat is climbing up to 9th place. Ablaze is moving up to 13. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Rizaldi Adha, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Oskatsara is climbing up to 8th place. Well-placed V is also moving up to 9th place. NNSN Savage is climbing to 10th place. Maya is now 11th. Motuba is pushing to 15th. The race is heating up. Deplorably Apple is catching JC Productions fast enough to make it a race. Osktsarad is right behind Rukimiriki, so expect some action there. Gamasta Tegaman 1000 is closing in on Maya, and they're in a tight fight for 11th place. Looks like things are heating up. Ixajax is gaining on Rizaldiata and closing the gap quickly. JC Productions is also catching up to Ixajax. Ostsarat is closing in on Rukimiriki, but the gap is still a bit wider. Congratulations to Rizaldi Ada on winning the race. Looks like they really took the checkered flag with style. Well done. Wow, Rizaldi Ada really dominated today. Congratulations on winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes. You've earned yourself that shiny 2014 Lamborghini Asterion. Well done. And Amy, congratulations on winning the bet race. You get to take home that vintage beauty, the 1970 Nissan Fairlady Z432. What a day of wins for everyone. Sure thing. The 1968 Lotus 70 was actually a racing car that never made it to the racetrack. It was built as a prototype for a planned Formula One car, but the project was cancelled before it ever raced. Imagine having a car that was ready to hit the track, but never got the chance. Kind of like a movie star who never gets to perform. Oh, this is a classic battle of vintage beasts. The Eagle Mark V is known for its power and agility, but the Surtees TS5 has that extra bit of finesse and handling. Honestly, it's a tough call. If U20 plays can maximize the raw power of that Eagle, they might take an early lead. But Rude 3 Boy Gaming Studios with that Surtees might outmaneuver everyone through the twists and turns. I'd say it's a close call, but I'd lean slightly towards the Surtees because finesse often beats brute strength on Baskerville's tricky layout. We'll see if the AI models can surprise us or if my gut is just full of racing wisdom. Alright, everyone. The race is kicking off at Baskerville, and in the lead, we have the Formula 5000 car, a classic 1968 Lola T190, looking a bit unsteady but hanging on at the front. Let's see if it can hold that position, or if chaos is about to ensue. Amy is leading the race right now, followed by Unstable in second place and Maricus in third. The top three are already shaking things up early on. The Dreamkeeper is inching closer to the top three, now in third place. Maricus and the Dreamkeeper are nose to nose for that third spot. The Lascope is climbing up to fifth place, making a move. Uncanny Buddy is climbing up to fifth place. G-Max 8 is now in seventh. GC Productions has moved up to 16th. GC Productions and Dishonored Fox are nose to nose for 15th. G-Max 8 is climbing up to 6th place. EU20 Plays has gained 2 spots and is now in 10th. Maya and EU20 Plays are nose to tail for 10th. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios just sneaked into the 12th place. AI Raphael and DJ Lone Wolf are nose to nose for 13th. Looks like a close one. Amy is leading the race in a 1968 Lola T190. Looks like they're comfortably ahead, with no signs of trouble so far. U20 Plays is in 11th and Red 3 Boy Gaming Studios is in 12th, so they're right next to each other. Looks like a close fight, but neither has made a move yet. Jonah Wolf is driving a 1968 Mackie Mach 12 Dodge. They're currently in the 11th place, just ahead of the last few racers. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Jamaxiate is climbing up to 5th place. Unconi Buddy and Gmaxiate are fighting hard for that spot. Sputnik NZ and Telescope Beim are also nose to tail for 7th. The track's tight corners are favoring the Lola T190s with Amy and Unstable leading. The slower lap times for the McLaren and Mackie cars suggest the track's challenging turns are causing some grip issues. Amy's leading and setting the pace with the fastest lap. AC. Looks like he's got this race under control unless someone pulls off a miracle. Telescope Beim just overtook someone and is now in 7th place. Red 3 Boy Gaming Studios has also gained a spot and is now in 10th. Looks like they're both on the move. Sputnik Z just overtook Telescope Beim and is now in 7th place. They're still close, so expect some more action between those two. Maricus and the Dreamkeeper are nose-to-nose for 3rd place. Telescope Beim just sneaked up 1 spot to 7th. Maricus just climbed to 3rd place. Maya is inching closer to 11th. 40 Afro and Maya are nose-to-nose for 11th. Forty Afro is driving a Lotus 70 and is currently in 9th place. Their fastest lap is a 1:42.61, which suggests they're holding a steady pace but not quite challenging the top contenders. Jamaxiate is now in 4th place, climbing 1 spot. Joan Wolf is in 12th place, also moving up 1 spot. E20 Plays is driving an Eagle Mark 5 and has the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like they're pushing hard and making up ground. Wow, Amy just took the victory. Guess she's the one to beat next time. Wow. Amy really pulled it off. Congratulations to them on that win. Looks like the AI driving skills are getting pretty impressive. I guess all those virtual training sessions paid off. Sure thing. Did you know that the Estoril Retro track is designed to look like a vintage racing circuit from the 70s? It's like a nostalgic throwback for racing fans and adds a little extra charm to the racing action. Plus, its tight corners and tricky chicanes make it a real test for our AI drivers. It's basically the perfect place for some retro racing fun. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your dream ride yet, now's the time to do it. Don't let your favorite car slip away just because you hesitated. Hurry up and make that choice before the countdown ends. Wow, this is quite the retro showdown. The Alfa Romeo GTE SC is a classic beast with a lot of racing pedigree from that era. It's lightweight and nimble, perfect for nailing tight corners at historical retro. On the other hand, the Ford Escort Mark Oni is legendary in rally circles, but might be a bit more unpredictable on a track like this. Given the track's design and the car choices, I'd say Skex's Beaupré's Alfa Romeo has the edge. It's designed for speed and agility on the road course, especially with its lightweight frame and racing tuning from the 70s. Quiz 44's Ford could surprise us, but I'd put my chips on the Alfa Romeo taking the win here. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at the Estoril Retro track, and Adam Flash is on pole, in a classic 1973 Porsche 911. Or let's see if that vintage beast can hold the lead or if the newer rides will catch up. The race kicks off with Amy taking the lead, followed closely by Adam Flash in second and Mattisberry holding on to third. Looks like a tight start already. Cheryl Mitsiroses and Maya are nose to tail for 6th place. Quiz 44 has just overtaken someone to move into 4th. Skex's Beaupré is closing in on the top 5. Mattisberry is climbing to 2nd place. Skex's Beaupré has moved up 2 spots to 3rd. Adam Flash and Skex's Beaupré are nose to tail for 3rd position. Ebony Shadow just climbed 1 spot to take 8th place. Captain Canadian and Ebony Shadow are nose to nose fighting for that 8th spot. Ren Kaoli is also on the move, advancing 1 position to 12th. Cheryl Mitsiroses is climbing up to 5th place. Ren Kaori is closing in on official class alive, cutting the gap by over a second. Dietertz is advancing to 14th place. Gabitha Minimac is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 15. Cheryl Mitsiroses is inching up 1 spot to 4th. Ebony Shadow is also up 1 place, now 7th. Quiz 44 is climbing up to 5th place. Admiral Flash and Quiz 44 are nose to nose for that position. D. Fitzerts is pushing forward to 13th. Ebony Shadow is closing in on Atom Flash, cutting the gap by 1.40 seconds. Wowk CB is climbing up one spot to take 17th place. Uncle Tobin and Wowk CB are locked in a tight fight for 17th. Ebony Shadow is climbing up to 6th place. D Fitzerts has moved up to 12th. Both Beast and Official Class Live are nose to nose for 13th. Skakes Bo Pre is holding the 3rd spot while Quiz 44 is 6th. Not much room for overtaking yet, but Skakesies has a slight edge. Looks like a close fight if they catch each other. Ebony Shadow just overtook someone, and is now in 5th place. Quiz 44 and Ebony Shadow are nose to nose, fighting for that 5th spot. Skakes Bill Pre is holding a slight lead over Quiz 44, but with 1 lap to go anything can happen. Looks like a close fight. Ebony Shadow is currently in 5th place with a 1968 Holden Monaro. Their race looks steady, but not quite close enough to challenge the leaders yet. Gabby the Minimac just moved up 1 spot to 14th place. Belthane the Beast and Gabby the Minimac are nose to nose for that same position. The track's tight corners are favoring the older nimble cars like the Austin Healey and Alfa Romeo, keeping them close to the leaders. Captain Canadian is gaining on Naya again, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Aerotech is right behind Captain Canadian, closing in by 1.2 seconds. Gabby the Minimac is climbing up to 13th place, moving up 1 spot. David Seitz is gaining on Ren Kauri, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. They are battling for the 11th spot. Belthane the Beast is catching up to Official Class Alive, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. They are fighting for the 14th position. Medisbury is holding the lead and has the fastest lap, so he's definitely the one to beat. Gabby the Minimac is chipping away at Defitz's lead, closing in by over a second. Kyroscope has climbed 1 spot to 14th place. Official Classy Life and Kyroscope are nose to nose for that same position. Ebony Shadow just overtook Chero Mitsiroses and is now in 4th place. Chero Mitsiroses is not giving up easily though. They're sticking close behind. Wow, Amy, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on winning the race at Astoral Retro. Clearly, speed is your middle name. Wow, Amy really took that one home. Congratulations. Looks like all those hours of practicing paid off. Can't wait to see what she does in the next race. Here's a fun fact about the Zolder track. It actually used to be a regular airfield before it turned into a racing circuit. So, next time you're watching those cars zoom around, just remember they're racing on a former runway. Alright, so we're flying blind here. Both drivers are in the same car, which makes things interesting because it's more about skill than the machine. Buckyboard and Fragout are basically the mystery drivers of Zolder. My gut says it's going to come down to who's better at reading those tricky corners and managing the pressure. But honestly, without any info, I'd probably just flip a coin. Or maybe I'll root for the underdog because that's more fun. Let's see who surprises us. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Zolder and Willow Shrub is starting on pole with a 2018 Honda IndyCar. Looks like we've got a strong contender right from the start. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead. Willow Shrub is leading the race, followed closely by Blaming Buddha in second place, and Buckybird holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Dr. Monkey 13 is on a roll climbing 4 places. Blaming Buddha is holding strong at the front. Buckyboard is right behind in second. And Asuriu Nangelestani Bandent down to Ka. Amy is sneaking up to 23. And Body Notes is making a move to 26. The race is heating up. Rose Hours is on a roll, climbing up to 17th place. Hamaka is right behind, also making moves to reach 18. Vanona 1857 is storming through the field, overtaking 6 cars to land in 19 Porsche. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Just Penchakis is climbing to 14th place. Wild Cafanona is now 15. Rosauras is sneaking into 16. Looks like everyone's on the move today. Vodka Muning is in 15th place, driving a Honda IndyCar. Their race seems steady but not quite at the front yet. The Honda cars seem to be holding a slight edge with the top 3 positions, while the Chevrolet cars are mostly clustered behind. The Zolta track's tight corners probably favor Honda's handling, giving them a small advantage in overtaking and stability. Ronnie Rampage and Spacek Switchix are neck and neck for 10th place. Lazy Towner is closing in fast, cutting the gap by a second. Wrestling 567 is in 8th place driving a Chevrolet IndyCar. Looks like they're holding steady, but not making any big moves yet. Mirgutsu is climbing up to 4th place. GamerBoss 72 and I are still neck and neck for 29th. Ragu is climbing to 4th place. Fanoing 1857 is catching Famaka, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Wrath 92 is gaining on Nzirab Stocks, narrowing it by 140 seconds. Dr. Monkey 13's car is stuck in the 28th position with no lap time recorded, which suggests they're either off the track or not moving. Their race isn't looking promising so far. N-Body Notes is in the 22nd position driving a Honda IndyCar. Their fastest lap is 1:23.814. The race seems steady, but not quite challenging for the front runners. The track seems to favor Honda IndyCars with the top 3 spots, while Chevrolet cars are spread out more and struggling to keep up. Platigami is holding off Unknown 1857 by a car length. GamerBoss 72 and I are nose to tail, no room for mistakes. Just Panchakes and Bakamoning are nose to nose for 13th place. Platigami is sneaking up to 18. N-Body Notes and Amy are locked in a close fight for 21. Runner Rampage and Spacek Switch are locked in a tight fight for 10th place. Ren Kaori is climbing 2 spots to 21st. Aerotech is also moving up 2 spots to 22nd. Wow! Flaming Buddha really took the checkered flag. Guess all those Zen moments paid off on the track. Well done! Wow! Blaming Buddha really showed us what they're made of. Congratulations on winning the race, you totally owned that track. Looks like all those late-night practice sessions paid off. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility, because the Forlì Ring GP is a technically demanding circuit with lots of sharp turns and elevation changes. Speed is important, but being able to corner tightly and maintain control will make a bigger difference. Acceleration and braking performance are also key, since quick stops and quick starts can save precious milliseconds around those tricky corners. Overall, a well-balanced car that excels in maneuverability will have the best shot at winning here. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your picks quick or you might end up with a car that makes you wish you'd chosen differently. Don't say I didn't warn you. Alright, so we've got Lockjump 7 with a 2016 Lada Vesta and Skakes' Beaupré with a 2015 Seat Leon. Both are interesting choices for Forlì Ring GP, but honestly the Seat Leon has a reputation for being a bit sportier and more agile, especially in tight corners. The Lada Vesta is more of a practical, no-nonsense kind of car, so it might struggle to keep up on the winding parts of the track. If the race is mostly about handling and speed around corners, I gotta give a slight edge to Skakes' Beaupré. But if Lockjump 7 can leverage some brute force and stay consistent, he might just surprise us. My bet? I'd put my money on the Seat Leon coming out ahead by a nose. Alright folks, Rosaurus is on pole with that 2015 Mercedes-Benz A45 AMG. Ready to tear up the Forlì Ring GP. This race just kicked off. So buckle up and let's see if he can hold that lead. Darigas has taken the lead right out of the gate. Rosaurus is holding strong in second place, and Apex Milkbag is in third, trying to keep up. Looks like a tight battle already. Nulavi is on a roll, climbing from behind and now in 17th place. Apex Milkbag has gained one position and is now in second. Rosaurus and Apex Milkbag are nose-to-tail fighting for second place. Plebis 3 just overtook someone to move into fourth place. Fortiafro and Plebis 3 are nose-to-nose for that spot. The Dreamkeeper and Osgatarod are also battling closely for 11. Fortiafro is now in fourth place, HP Lootcraft has climbed to 13th. Sir Pro 3 is in 21st. Sir Pro 3 and Strutting Jaw are nose to nose for 20th. Sir Pro 3 is climbing to 20. Eunice Gottlieb's and Strutting Jaw are neck and neck for 21. Lazy Towner is inching up to 26. Eunice Gottlieb's and Strutting Jaw are nose to nose for 21st place. Rob Swizzle just climbed one spot to 24th and is now in a close fight with Captain Canadian for that position. Eunice Gottlieb's just climbed one spot to 21st. Strutting Jaw and Juna Gottlieb's are nose to nose for 21st. Rob Sizzle and Egenerate are locked in a close fight for 23rd. Amy and Lockjaw 7 are nose to nose for 7th place. Rob Sizzle just climbed one spot to 23rd. Egenerate and Rob Sizzle are locked in a close fight for 23rd. Lebus 3 just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Amy has also gained a spot and is now in 7th. Lockjaw 7 and Amy are nose to nose for 7th position. Forty Afro just overtook someone to climb to 4th place. Alex Has No Brain is also moving up, now in 5th. Lebus 3 and Alexar neck and neck for 5th place. Looks like a close fight. Lebus 3 is climbing to 5th place. The Dreamkeeper is now in 11th. HP Lootcraft has moved into 12th. Starting Jarl is in 19th place with a 1999 Honda Civic SI. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the pack. Sir Pro 3 and Architect are nose to tail for the 8th place. Scorched Log just sneaked past one car to sit in 23rd. Sir Pro 3 has gained one position and is now in 18th place. Rob Swizzle also moved up one spot to 21st. Eunice Gottlieb's and Rob Swizzle are nose to nose for 21st place. Oskzerod is in the 11th position with a 2016 Audi TT Cup. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. The race seems pretty tight up front. Forty Afro and Rosaurus are nose to tail for 3rd place. HP Lootcraft and the Dreamkeeper are locked in a close fight for 11th. Forty Afro is in 3rd place driving a 2015 Seat Leon Dotte. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Wow. Darigals really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the victory. Wow, Derrigos really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations to them. That was some smooth driving. I guess all those hours of practice paid off, huh? Can't wait to see if they can keep up that pace in the next race. Sure. The 1995 Penske PC-23 is quite the classic. Fun fact: it was actually one of the last cars designed with the iconic Ford Cosworth engine, before the switch to other power units, making it a true symbol of mid-90s IndyCar engineering. Plus, it was driven by some big names like Emerson Fittipaldi, which definitely adds to its legendary status. Well, with both drivers being pretty much anonymous, this race is shaping up to be a true mystery box. The 1995 Penske PC-23 is a classic, so it's all about who can handle its quirks at Lossitzring. Without any intel on their skills, I'd say it's a toss-up. Probably going to be whoever manages to keep it on the track without turning it into a flying lesson first. Let's see who surprises us. Alright folks, the race just kicked off at Lossitzring DTM track, and Amy is starting on pole in an Indy car from 1995. She's in that classic Lola T9500, so let's see if the old school charm can take her to the top today. Amy is leading the race right now. Singoshi is in second place, right behind her. Marty Freese is currently in third, trying to catch up. Bethredine is on the move, climbing to 18th place after overtaking 3 cars. Drelitsko is making a charge, now in 20th place after passing 4 cars. Double is gaining ground, now 24th after overtaking 3 cars. Brando Buster just overtook someone to climb to 4th place. Stephen Brinkley is also gaining ground, now in 6th. Naturalium Lucky and Stephen Brinkley are nose to nose for that 6th spot. Brando Buster and Marty Freese are nose to tail for 3rd place. Naturalium Lucky is climbing up to 6th. Stephen Brinkley and Naturalium Lucky are locked in a close fight for 6th. Stephen Brinkley just overtook someone to take 6th place. Naturalium Lucky is hanging close, battling for that spot. JD Anburn moved up 1 position to 25th. Katie Anburn and Double are nose-to-nose for 24th. Naturalian Lucky and Stephen Brinkley are nose-to-tail for 6th place. Katie Anburn is inching up to 24th. Double and Jade Anburn are fighting hard for that same spot. Nox Exodus is climbing up to 8th place. Nox Exodus and Bacorn are nose-to-nose for that spot. Jerk Plays and Beth Raylene are locked in a close fight for 18th. Wannabe climbs to 9th place. Double advances to 24th. Gary 17 moves up to 26th. Mr. Roche climbs to 26th place. The Fizz 84 advances 2 spots to 28. Maya and the Fizz 84 are nose-to-nose for 28. Double is stuck with a Penske PC23, and it looks like they're still waiting for the race to start. No laps completed, no position changes. The Lausitz Ring's tight corners and long straights are favoring the faster lap times of the Renault drivers, but the Lola and Penske cars are holding their ground with consistent pace. Yadi Anburn is in a Penske PC23, starting from the second row. Ottawa. Their race looks tough with the slowest lap so far, and they're currently in the 25th place. Marty Freeze is holding on to 3rd and just set the fastest lap, so he's making a strong push, but still needs to find a way past the leaders. Wow. Amy really outpaced everyone, didn't she? Congratulations on the win! Wow! Amy really pulled it off! Congrats to Amy for winning the race. That was an impressive finish. Looks like all those hours of sharpening those driving skills paid off. Can't wait to see what Amy does next. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. The Hockenheimring Vintage National is all about those tight turns and technical sections. So a car that can navigate smoothly and stick to the track without losing speed would be ideal. Top speed is less critical here, because agility and precision can really make or break your race. So, give me a car with sharp steering and good grip, and you might just be the one to take the checkered flag. Alright folks, the clock is ticking down and it's almost time to pick your favorite car. If you haven't made your choice yet, now's the moment, or you might end up with the one nobody wanted. Get your picks in before it's too late. Alright, so we've got Lemon Cult Games in that classic 1966 McLaren Elva Chevrolet, and Joey Vaughn, in the vintage 1965 Lola T70 Mark I. Both are iconic, but the real question is which one's got the edge on the Hockenheimring Vintage National. The McLaren Elva, with its sleek design and Chevrolet powertrain, is built for speed and agility, but might struggle a bit with the tight turns of this vintage track. Meanwhile, the Lola T70 Mark I is a racing legend, known for its balance and handling, especially on tracks with technical corners. Considering the car's personalities and the track layout, I think the Lola 70 might have the slight advantage here. It's a classic that's proven itself in historical racing, and that balance could help it edge out the McLaren in this race. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, it's anyone's game. So I'll be watching to see if the vintage underdog pulls off the surprise win. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Hockenheimring Vintage National, and look at that waffling otters on pole with their 1966 Lola T70 mark on a Chevrolet. Buckle up, it's gonna be a wild ride. Renault T4 has shot out in front, taking the lead right from the start. I am holding the second spot trying to keep up. Waffling Otters is sitting comfortably in third, but I see some quick moves coming. Maya has just taken the lead, claiming first place. Lemon Cult Games has moved up one spot to sit in third. Waffling Otters and Lemon Cult Games are nose to nose, fighting for third place. Waffling Otters is now in third place, inching closer to the top. Lemon Cult Games and Waffling Otters are nose to nose for third. Joey Vaughn is climbing up to sixth, making a little progress. Frogsworth just climbed one spot to 13. Slipslider Gaming also moved up one spot to 21. Billy and Slipslider Gaming are nose to nose for 21st. Billy is in a vintage Porsche 906, a classic racing icon. They're currently in 23rd place, so the race isn't exactly going smoothly for them. Prodigy Place 58 is climbing up to 8th place. Nedzerobe Starks and Prodigy Place 58 are nose to nose for that spot. Jerk Plays is sneaking up to 15th. Renault T4 is now in the lead, claiming the top spot. Waffling Otters has also moved up, sitting in second place. Nedzerobe Starks and Prodigy Place 58 are nose to nose for 8th place. Looks like a close one. Sufig is climbing up to 9th place. Ren Kaori is inching closer to the top, now in 13. Waffling Otters is leading and has the fastest lap, so he's probably feeling pretty confident about stretching that gap. Silent Fox Go 113 is racing a Chinook Mark II from 1966 Daiwa. They're currently in 15th place and their lap time suggests they're struggling to keep up with the leaders. Jerk Plays is driving a 1966 McLaren M1B, and they are currently in the 15th place. Their lap time is solid at 1 minute 15 seconds and 600ths, but they're stuck behind some faster cars. The race looks like a tight squeeze for them. Maya is now just a second behind Waffle Motors. Rikoharu G has climbed to 11th place. Ren Kaori is now 12th. Karirunen is dropping like a stone, now in the 17th place. Joey Fawn is even further back at 19th. Gabitha Minimak is making a move and is now in 5th. Sophie is climbing to 6th place. Amy is now 7th. Rikoharu G is knocking on the door of the top 10 and 8th. JC Productions is in a good spot with the fastest lap, but he needs to keep pushing if he wants to catch the leaders before the race ends. Joey 1 is racing a 1965 Lola T70 Mark I, which is a classic vintage model. They are currently in 6th place, holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders. Looks like they're trying to stay consistent. Zelen Fox 213 is driving a Chinook Mark II from 1966. They're currently in the 15th place and have a pretty decent lap time of 1:16.283. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Zealand Fox 213 is racing a Chinook Mark II from 1966. They're currently in 16th place with a decent lap time of 1:16.283 but seem to be struggling to move up. Slitten Slita Gaming is racing a 1965 Cooper Type 61 Monaco de Type. They're currently in 20th place and have the fastest lap of the race so far at 1 minute, 14 seconds, and 700. Looks like they're making some moves. Congratulations to Renault T4 on the victory at Hockenheimring Vintage National Titel. Looks like all that hard work paid off. Well done. Wow, Renault T4 really pulled ahead at the finish line. Congratulations. That was a smooth and impressive drive. And a big shout out to Amy for overtaking like a professional. You can now claim yourself a classic beauty. A 1968 Alfa Romeo T33-2 Longtail. Nice work. Sure. A fun fact about the 1967 Ferrari 312 is that it was one of the earliest Ferrari models to feature a V12 engine, making it a true powerhouse of its time. It was part of the legendary Ferrari 1960s racing era, and helped solidify Ferrari's reputation for speed and engineering excellence. Plus, its sleek design and racing pedigree make it a real eye-catching classic in the world of vintage race cars. Ooh, this is a classic showdown. The Lotus 49 is known for its innovative design and speed, especially in the hands of Autumn Thunderbird. The Brabham B24, while a strong competitor, might struggle a bit against that legendary Lotus in this race. I'd put my chips on Autumn Thunderbird to take the win, but hey, stranger things have happened when AI gets involved. Who do you think will come out on top? Hey Naiba, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you returning for some AI racing fun. Sit back and enjoy the races. Alright folks, the race is off at Baskerville, and at the front, we have exclusive Gox in a 1967B, RMP 83. Starting on pole. Buckle up, this could get interesting. Exclusiva Gox is leading the race, followed closely by Trash Crashstein in second place. Ebony Shadow is currently in third, hanging on tight. Trash Crashton is now in first place. Exclusiva Gox is right behind in second. Autumn Thunderbird and Wrestling 567 are battling for ninth place. Looks like someone just sneaked into seventh place. Maya and the other racer are nose to tail for that spot. Autumn Thunderbird and Wrestling 567 are also locked in a close fight for ninth. Ebony Shadow just overtook someone and is now in second place. Autumn Thunderbird has gained a spot and is now in ninth. Looks like Autumn Thunderbird and Maya are nose to nose for eighth place. So expect some fireworks soon. Ebony Shadow is really having a rough time dropping back to 17. Exclusiva Gox is climbing steadily into second place. Lord Zekra SB is also making moves into third. Looks like the top three are settling in nicely. Gildigayax is gaining on Trash Crashton, closing the gap by over a second. Yaboy Rwanda has climbed to fourth place. Lord Buttrell has moved up to ninth. Autumn Thunderbird and Maya are neck and neck for seventh place. Marty Freeze and Rosaurus are locked in a close fight for 15th. Ebony Shadow is closing in on Marty Freeze, cutting the gap by over a second. Wrestling 567 is climbing to ninth place. Theskies is now in 11th. Fish the Husky has moved up to 13th. Yaboy Rwanda is driving a 1967 Cooper T81B, currently in fourth place. Their fastest lap is just over a minute 3 seconds, so they're holding a decent pace but still chasing the top three. Autumn Thunderbird is climbing nicely to 7th place. Wrestling 567 is gaining on Maya and closing the gap by 130 seconds. Rose Hours is making a move up to 14th. Wrestling 567 is climbing up to 8th place. Lord Buttrell is cutting the distance to Maya by 1 second. Sir Gemingate is closing in on Ebony Shadow, shrinking the gap by 1/4 tour seconds. The F1 1967 cars are close in performance, but the track at Baskerville favors handling and agility. That's why the top positions are tightly contested with quick lap times. Wrestling 567 is closing in on Autumn Thunderbird with a 1.3 second gap. Thor Fesky's just moved up 1 spot to 10th place. Gish the Husky also gained 1 position, now 12th. Amy is driving a Matra M7 and is currently in the 13th place. Their fastest lap is 1:44.18, same as Lord Buttrell, but they haven't gained much ground. Looks like a steady but slow race so far. Exclusivagox just overtook Trash Crashton for the lead. Trash Crashton not giving up easily, still close behind. Figureta Sport climbing up to 4th place, making moves. Wow, Trash Crashton, you really outpaced everyone else. Guess all that practice paid off. Well done. Wow, Trash Crashton really pulled out all the stops there. Congratulations on taking the win. That was some seriously impressive driving. Looks like all those virtual tires paid off. If I had to pick one of these cars to win on the Silverstone International Circuit, I'd go with the 2019 Radical SR3. It's proven to be pretty quick and nimble in many racing scenarios, and its lightweight design gives it an edge on tight corners and acceleration. While the more exotic models like the Norma N20 FC or the Praga R1 might have some serious potential, the Radical's a bit of a crowd favorite when it comes to racing agility and consistent performance. Plus, it just sounds like a blast to watch tear around the track. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, you better hurry up. The timer's ticking down and I wouldn't want you to miss out on your chance to cheer for your favorite AI driver. Get those selections in before it's too late. Well, this is quite the matchup. LN656 is in a 2011 AC Mono, which is a sleek, lightweight and agile car. But it's a bit older and maybe less refined than some newer models. On the other hand, I'm in a 2019 Radical SR5, which is known for its incredible speed and modern tech. Given that, I'd say the Radical SR5 has the edge here. It's newer, probably more powerful, and designed for racing. But hey, Alan might surprise us with some expert driving skills. Still, if this were a game of card tricks, I'd be betting on my Radical to take the crown. Let's see how it all unfolds. Alright folks, Ultralight's Autoliartorius is kick-starting this race in pole position, piloting a shiny 2019 Radical SR5. Looks like they're ready to take the lead right from the get-go. Autoliartorius has taken an early lead, with Athena CNC close behind in second place. Amy is holding on to third for now, but expect some action soon. Pumpkin Offlurry is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 16. Amy is inching closer to the front, now in second. Maya is also making moves, now in fourth. Brando Booster climbs 2 spots to 8th place. Brando Booster and Autumn Thunderbird are nose to tail for 7th place. Pumpkin Offlurry advances 1 spot to 15th place. Autoliartorius just took the lead from Amy and is now in first place. Amy is hanging close behind in second. Botgamoneng has advanced to 8th place. The fight for 7th is heating up between Botgamoneng and Autumn Thunderbird. Maya and Athena CNC are nose to tail for 3rd place. Botgamoneng just sneaked into 7th, climbing 1 spot. Brando Booster and Autumn Thunderbird are locked in a close fight for 8th. Botgamoneng is in 7th place, driving a 2012 Praga RAR 1. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. School Bus Rustevi and Shoot 'em Up are nose to tail for the 8th place. Aminsan and Mahokaos are locked in a close fight for the 22nd spot. Maya is now in 3rd place, closing the gap at the front. Pumpkin Offlurry and Alex Has No Brain are nose to nose for 13th. Joan Milwolf and AXOSS are locked in a fierce fight for 15th. Blackbeard's climbing up to 4th place. Cloudy is now 9th. Pumpkin Offlurry has moved into 13th. Looks like everyone's making some moves today. Autumn Thunderbird is holding off Botgamoneng by a hair for 7th place. School Bus Rostevi and AXOSS are still neck and neck for 17th. Down Toquist and Shoot 'em Up are fighting hard for 19th. Alan 656 is climbing up to 5th place. Autumn Thunderbird and Botgamoneng are nose to nose for 7th. School Bus Rostef E and AXOSS are locked in a close fight for 17th. Autumn Thunderbird just climbed 1 spot to 7th place. School Bus Rostef DA also moved up 1 spot to 17th. Aminsan and Shoot 'em Up are nose to nose for 20th. This race is heating up. Arafael and DJ Lone Wolf are nose to nose for 15th place. Aminsan just snuck up 1 spot to 20th. Brando Booster and Cloudy are nose to tail for 9th place. School Bus Rostefi is chopping down at Arafael's lead, now just 1 second behind. Brando Booster is climbing up to 9th place. Laudi and Brandabuster are still neck and neck for that spot. Aminsan is gaining ground to reach 18th. Aminsan and Nexo Says are fighting hard for that position. Wow, Amy, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on the win. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Wow, Amy really showed everyone how it's done. Big congratulations on winning the race. You definitely earned that top spot. And congratulations to Maya for snagging the fastest lap. A 2019 Radical SR5 Ultralights is pretty impressive. Looks like luck and skill are both on your side today. Keep it up, everyone. Here's a fun fact about the 2020 BMW M8 for you. This car can go from 0 to 60 miles per hour in just about 3 seconds. It sounds like a rocket, but thankfully it stays firmly planted on the road rather than flying off into space. That's pretty impressive for a luxury sports car, wouldn't you say? Alright folks, if you haven't picked a car yet, now's your last chance. Time's almost up, so get your choices in before they're locked in, and we miss out on all the fun. Don't say I didn't warn you. Wow, what a matchup! A 2012 Ferrari F12 Berlinetta versus a 1995 McLaren F1L. Both are legendary in their own right. Both are legendary in their own right, but this is like comparing a... The Ferrari is powerful, sleek, and built for speed. But the McLaren F1LM is a legendary machine with a raw historic racing pedigree. Given the track at Zandvoort Oosterlijk, and the fact that the McLaren F1LM is a true race car designed for high-speed stability and agility, I'd say the McLaren has the edge in handling and overall race experience. But don't count out the Ferrari's modern tech and raw power. For fun, I'd put my money on the McLaren F1LM. but this one is going to be close. What do you all think? Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Zandvoort Oosterlijk, and the car on pole is Emerald Tick 398 in a 1995 Ferrari F50. Clearly aiming for some classic speed and style. Shototo Roca 39 has taken an early lead. Emerald Tick 398 is right behind in second, and Cirurelia is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Shattered Pixel advances to 7th place. Pace C. AR climbs to 10th place. Mission Man and Pace CARR are nose to nose for 10th. Tangadaki TTV is climbing to 3rd place. Shattered Pixel is making a move to 6th. Mission Man is advancing to 9th. Cirurelia is climbing to 3rd place. Global Excel is making a move to 10th. Bunnysoft Doom is sneaking into 13th. Ian Mobius and Shattered Pixel are nose to tail for 6th place. Bunnies of Doom is sneaking up to 12th. Trying to break into the top 10, Da Rogue and Bunnies of Doom are locked in a close fight for 12th. Da Rogue is climbing fast, now in 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Global Excel is having a rough time, dropping 7 spots to 17th. Rosaurus is gaining on Door Rogue, closing the gap by a full second. Missionman and Conkletoben are nose to nose for 8th place. Door Rogue is slicing through the field, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Amy is climbing up to 15th, leaving her previous spot behind. Uncle just sneaked into 7th place. Dorogue is hot on Mission Man's tail, closing in fast. Those two are locked in a fierce fight for 9th. Shattered Pixel is climbing up to 5th place. Hondan and Shattered Pixel are nose to nose for that position. Dorogue and Mission Man are locked in a close fight for 9th. Pondan just overtook someone to take 5th place. Shattered Pixel and Pondan are nose to nose for 5th. Dorogue is climbing up to 9th. Shattered Pixel is climbing to 4th place. Tango Ducky, TTV and Pondan are still nose to nose for 5th. Dorogue has gained 1 spot and is now in 8th. Dorogue and Uncle Tobin are nose to tail for 7th place. Bunnies of Doom is sneaking into the top 12, climbing 1 spot to 11th. Cirurelia is climbing to 2nd place. Shattered Pixel is chipping away at Emerald Tick 398's lead, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Shattered Pixel is gaining on Emerald Tick 398, closing the gap to just over a second. Dorogue has climbed 2 spots and is now in 6th. Bunnies of Doom is narrowing the distance to Mission Man, cutting it down by 1.4 seconds. Shattered Pixel is right behind Emerald Tick through 988 now, just a second apart. They're battling hard for the third spot. Bunnies of Doom is gaining on Mission Man, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Things are heating up in the midfield. Pondon just overtook someone to climb to 4th place. Shattered Pixel and Pondon are nose to nose for 4th. Dar Rogue is closing in on Shattered Pixel, cutting the gap by a second and a third. Wow. Shota Todoroki 39, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow. Shoto Todoroki 39 really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations! That was a fantastic race and you totally earned that victory. Can't wait to see what you do next time. Great job! For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and acceleration. The JS Turbo Full looks like a twisty technical circuit where being able to swiftly navigate corners and burst out of them would give a big advantage. While top speed is always nice, if the car can't handle the sharp turns smoothly, you'll be stuck in the middle of the pack. A well-balanced car with quick throttle response will shine here. Hey everyone! Time's almost up to pick your favorite car. Make your choice now before the countdown ends. You definitely don't want to miss out on your chance to root for the best vehicle out there. Oh wow, what a matchup. We've got Zots fired in a 26 Panos Esperante GTLM Evo, which sounds like a serious sports car with some racing pedigree. On the other side, Iron Crossor Windcross is in a 2004 Cadillac CTSV, which is known for its raw power but maybe not quite the finesse of a dedicated racing machine. Honestly, I'd put my money on Zots fired, just because the Panos was built for racing and has that sleek, aerodynamic design. The Cadillac, while a beast in straight-line speed, might struggle a bit around tighter corners and with handling. But hey, in a race like this, it's all about how the AI algorithms handle the car's strengths and weaknesses. It could be close, but my gut says Zots fired will take this one. We'll see if the AI agrees. Alright everyone, The race is underway at JS Turbo Full Track. Xnobitixel is starting on pole, driving a classic 2004 Porsche 911 G3 or ARC. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold its lead. Xnobitixel has taken an early lead, pulling ahead of the pack. Amy is holding strong in second place, trying to keep the pressure on. Tugonet DTV is currently in third, hanging tight but already a bit behind the front runners. Imogen Tempos is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 8th place. Amy is now in first after gaining 1 position. Zotsfire is also climbing, moving up 1 spot to 3rd. Iron Crystal Cross and Gary 17 are nose to tail for 5th place. Maya just climbed 1 spot to 9. Rusna Palm 6 also gained 1 spot, now 15th C. Maya is slicing through the field, now in 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. Iron Crystal Cross is climbing to 5th. Aerotech is also moving up, now in 9th. The race is heating up. Aerotech is climbing to 8th place. Dreletsko is now in 12th. Zombush 86 is in 14th. Looks like a small but steady push. Sakurai TV is driving a 2006 BMW 320 in the WTC class. They are currently in the 13th place, so they're holding steady, but not exactly charging forward. Tugonet TTV is climbing up to 3rd place. Zotsfired and Tugonet TTV are nose to nose for that spot. Shikomaru is cutting down the distance to Mutu, now just 2 seconds behind. Zotsfired is climbing fast into 2nd place. Shikomaru is chipping away at Mutu, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Mutuba is driving a 2007 Chevrolet Lacetti. They're currently in the middle of the pack, just behind the top 20, so it looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Val Lightning Thief is on the move, climbing up to 17th place after overtaking 4 cars. Nox Exodus and DCKP Zerogurts are locked in a close fight for 19th place. Lightning Thief is gaining on Patsors, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Nox Exodus has moved up 1 spot to take 19th place. DCKP, Zerogurts, and Nox Exodus are locked in a close fight for 19th. Ihave Exema is now in 9th place. Shikomaru is gaining on Mutu, cutting the gap by 3.4 seconds. DCKB Zerogurts is driving a 28 Mercedes C200 Auto. They are currently in 21st place, so it looks like a quiet race for them so far. Aerotech just overtook someone to climb to 7th place. The Lightning Thief and Patsors are still locked in that close fight for 16th. Shikamaru is gaining on Mutube, closing the gap by almost 3 seconds. Maya and Iron Crystal Wooden Cross are nose-to-nose for 5th place. The Lightning Thief is climbing up to 16. Shikamaru is chipping away at Mutu, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Gary 710 is stuck in 8th place with a Dodge Viper GT2. His lap time is significantly slower than the leaders, so it looks like he's struggling to keep up. Patsorts is climbing up to 15th place. Shikamaru is gaining on Mutu, cutting the gap by 2.5 seconds. Amy is leading and has the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. The Lightning Thief has moved up to 16th place. Shikamaru is closing in on Mutu, cutting the gap by 3.6 seconds. The Lightning Thief and Rusna Palm 6 are neck and neck for 15th place. Patsorts is climbing up to 16th place. Shikamaru is hot on Mutu's tail, closing in by over 3 seconds. Wow, Amy just took the top spot. Guess all that practice paid off. Well done. Wow, Amy, you really crushed it. Congratulations on winning the race. And look at that, you also snagged the fastest lap. That 2004 Nissan 350Z GT 300 is just the cherry on top of your victory. Maya, you weren't just casually overtaking. You went full throttle with the most overtakes. That's some serious driving finesse. You also get to claim the same sleek Nissan 350Z GT 300. Looks like both of you are taking home some pretty sweet rides today. Here's a fun fact about the F1 2022 racing cars. They introduced a ground effect aerodynamics concept that made the cars stick to the track like they're glued on. It was like the cars got a secret deal with gravity to keep them low and fast. It's almost like the engineers added a little magic to make the racing more exciting and closer than ever. Alright, so we've got LXEXAX Noe in the Alfa Romeo C42 and Bobardo in the Mercedes W13 racing on Shanghai. The Mercedes is typically known for its speed and handling, especially in straight lines, but the Alfa Romeo has been sneaky quick in recent times. It's a bit of a toss-up, really. If the race comes down to pure power and efficiency, I'd give the edge to Bobardo and the Mercedes. But if the track favors agility and quick cornering, LXALX might just pull off an upset. My money's on the Mercedes, but don't be surprised if the Alfa Romeo throws in some surprises. Either way, it's going to be fun to watch. Alright folks, Maya's on pole with the 2022 Mercedes W13 at Shanghai. Let's see if she can hold her lead or if the others will catch up in this high-speed chaos. The race kicks off with Maya leading the pack, followed closely by Tales of Strully in second place and LXHX hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Dre192X is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 21st. Adialev is also on the rise, overtaking 3 cars to reach 23rd. Bobardo is inching closer to the front, moving up 1 spot to 3rd. Meanwhile, Bobardo and Tales of Strully are locked in a close duel for 2nd place. LXEIX Nativ is climbing fast into 2nd place. Dr. Felix has gained 1 spot and is now in 8th. Jerk Plays and Jaimais are nose to nose, fighting for 13th. Dr. Felix and Ozzy22 are nose to tail for 7th place. Waldo is charging up 2 spots to 13th. Jaimais and Waldo are locked in a close fight for the 13th position. Basenis R2 is climbing up to 8th place. Dr. Felix and Basenis R2 are nose to tail for that spot. Aminzan is also on the move, now in 10th. Captain Canadian is climbing up 1 spot to take 10th place. Captain Canadian and Dr. Felix are nose to nose for 9th. Aminsan and Captain Canadian are locked in a close fight for 10th. Captain Canadian is climbing up to 9th place. Dr. Felix and Captain Canadian are battling closely for that spot. Indigo Pete is also making moves, now in 15th. Cherofa Kitten just overtook someone to climb to 4th place. Bobardo and Cherofa Kitten are nose to nose for that same spot. Aminsan and Dr. Felix are locked in a close fight for 10th. Bobardo just gained 1 position and is now in 4th place. Oskzerod and Cherofa Kitten are still neck and neck for 5th. Aminsan has moved up 1 spot and is now in 10th. Dr. Felix is climbing fast into the top 10. Waldo is also making moves, sneaking into the top 10. Jerk Place is on a tier, overtaking 4 cars to settle in the 11th spot. Scorchlog is making a move, climbing to 16th place after overtaking 4 cars. Oxlofia is on a roll, jumping 6 spots to 18. La Cresson 1980 is also climbing, overtaking 4 cars to land 19. Captain Canadian is making a move, and has overtaken 3 cars to reach 23rd place. Bobardo and Tales of Strilly are locked in a close fight for 3rd place. 3192 Cux has gained 1 spot, and is now in 20th place. Dr. Felix is really stalking Amundsen now, closing the gap by a second. Unclearly Gaming just snuck into 21st, climbing 1 spot. Cherokee Kitten just overtook Bobardo, and is now in 4th place. Looks like the race for 4th is heating up. Aussie 2022 is inching closer to Bobardo, closing the gap by 1 second. Dr. Felix is climbing up to 8th place, making a move. Wow, Maya, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Maya, you really showed those AI cars who's boss. Congratulations on winning the race. I guess all those hours of practice finally paid off. Now, what are you going to do with your shiny new trophy? If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Silverstone International Circuit, I would go with the 1960 BRMP 48. It's a classic F1 car with a good mix of speed and handling for Silverstone's mix of fast straights and technical corners. Plus, the 48's era was known for its innovative engineering, so it might just surprise us all with its agility. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make your decision. The clock is ticking down faster than a race car on a straightaway. Get those choices in before it's too late, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI picked for you. Hurry up before the race starts without your input. Oh wow, this is quite the throwback race. We have Edsos 21 in a vintage Connaught Type B Dart, which is a classic but probably not the fastest thing on the track today. Meanwhile, the Empress is behind the wheel of a 1955 Ferrari 5. 555 F1, which is legendary in racing history and likely to have an edge with that racing pedigree. Considering the car choices, I'd give the edge to the Empress. The Ferrari 555 F1 is built for speed and agility even if the driver is a bit of an AI newcomer. Exhaust 21's vintage machine might be charming and nostalgic, but probably won't keep up with the sleek racing-focused Ferrari. So, I'd say the Empress is the favorite to take this one home. But you never know with these AI races. Anything can happen when you combine classic cars and digital drivers. Alright folks, the race is underway at Silverstone International. Amy is starting on pole in her vintage 1961 Ferrari 156 F1. Let's see if that classic charm can hold off the modern speedsters. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by Blaming Buddha in second and Velocitor 14 in third. Looks like the front runners are already setting the pace. Budazzaro is climbing up to 5th place now. Team Tinatea and Budazzaro are still nose-to-nose for that spot. Gabi the Minimat is making a move, jumping 2 spots to 11. Ovidus is on a roll, climbing to 4th place after overtaking 3 cars. Renault T4 is making a move, also up 3 spots to 6. Gabi the Minimac is not holding back, passing 4 cars to grab 7. Empress is climbing up to 8th place. Yum Chubby Panda and Maya are nose-to-nose for 10th. Takido Kibre and Yum Chubby Panda are fighting it out for 11. Renault T4 is on a roll, climbing up to 3rd place. Gabitha Minima is also making moves, now in 4th. Blaming Buddha is having a tough time, dropping 20 spots to 22nd. Ovidus is climbing to 4th place. Team Tinatia is closing in on Relaxed View, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Yamchobi Panda is making moves to 9th place. Maya is now in 9th place, climbing 1 spot. Apex Milkbag has gained 2 positions and is now in 14th place. Senior Flip Flopona 2020 and Apex Milkbag are nose-to-tail fighting for the 14th spot. Velocitor 14 is really eyeing Amy. Now, closing the gap by over a second. Ovidus is right behind Renault T4, also making a move with a 1.2 second gain. T-Empress just climbed 2 spots to secure 6th place. Yum Chubby Panda is chipping away at Team Tanata's lead, closing the gap by a second. 2. Rob Swizzle is climbing up the order, now in the 17th spot. Meanwhile, Rob Swizzle and Senor Flip Flopone 100 2020 are nose-to-tail fighting for 16th place. The Empress is closing the gap on Gabith the Minimac, cutting it down by 1.4 seconds. Apex Milkbag is climbing up to 13th place. Rob Swizzle is making a move to 16th. Renault T4 is holding a solid third, and with the fastest lap, he's clearly pushing for a podium. Relaxed View is closing in on the Empress, cutting the gap by 1 second. Autumn Thunderbird and Senor Flip Flopone, 102,020, are nose-to-nose for 17th place. Yam Chubby Panda is climbing up to 8th place. Team Tinatea and Yam Chubby Panda are nose-to-nose for 8. Autumn Thunderbird is advancing to 17th. Tokido Kibre is right behind Maya, now just 1.6 seconds back. Apex Milkbag has climbed 1 spot to 12. Autumn Thunderbird is gaining on Rob Swizzle, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Velocitor 14 is gaining on Amy and closing the gap by 1 second. Apex Milkbag and Tokido Kibri are locked in a fierce fight for 11th place. Apex Milkbag is in a strong position with the fastest lap, but he needs to hold it together in the final lap to secure the win. Celestia Linari is climbing to 12th place. Waifuana is closing in on Senor Flip Flopone 120, cutting the gap by over a second. Senor Flip Flopone 102,020 is driving Maserati 250F from 1954. Their race looks tough with the slowest lap time by far, in a position near the back. Apex Milkbag is really dropping back now at 6 places behind. Edzos 21 just moved up 1 spot to take 13th. Sademuji James also gained 1 position to 14th. Looks like Edzos 21 and Sademuji James are locked in a close fight for 13th. Yam Chubby Panda is climbing up to 7th place. Team Tinatea is now in 8th. Sademuji James has advanced to 13th. Wow, Amy. Looks like you just took the checkered flag. Nice job, champion. Wow, Amy really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations to them. That was some seriously slick driving. Looks like they're the one to beat today. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Adelaide circuit, I'd probably go with the 1965 Toyota 2000 GT. It's got a sleek design, a decent amount of power for its time, and the handling on that car was pretty impressive. Plus, considering the circuit's mix of fast straights and tight corners, I think the 2010's combination of speed and agility could give it a slight edge over some of the more vintage, less aerodynamic models. But hey, with AI drivers it's anyone's race. They might surprise us all. Alright everyone, the clock is almost out. Make your choices quickly or you might end up with a car you didn't even know existed. Hurry up and pick your favorite before it's too late. Oh wow, we've got a classic showdown here. The 1959 Chevrolet Corvette C1 is known for its sporty handling and American muscle charm, but the 1954 Mercedes-Benz 300 SL is a legendary grand tour with a reputation for elegance and solid engineering. Adelaide's tight corners and long straights could favor the Corvette's power, but the Mercedes might have better balance and stability. Honestly, it's a toss-up. If I had to pick, I might lean towards the Corvette because it's a bit more aggressive on the track. But don't count out the Mercedes just yet. Who do you think will take it? Alright everyone, the race begins at Adelaide with Rexenzer taking the pole in a classic 1967 Sunbeam Tiger. Looks like we've got a real vintage showdown on our hands. Rexenzer has shot out in front, taking the lead right from the start. Zupasigi is holding strong in second place, trying to keep up. Amy is currently in third, but I wouldn't count her out just yet. Global is on a roll, overtaking 3 cars to grab third place. Amy and Global's L are nose to nose for third. Dongitson 3 just climbed 1 spot into 6th. Klobasi just sneaked into second place. Maya is closing in on third after climbing 2 spots. Neotexum and Fraga are locked in a fierce fight for 8th. Neotexum is climbing nicely into 7th place. La Croissant 1980 is making a move up to 13th. But Le Kaiju is right on their tail in that same spot. Looks like a close fight for P13. Dongutsonditsky is climbing fast to take 4th place. GM Prime is gaining ground to reach 10th. GM Prime and Beatswikev are nose to nose for 8th place. Maya is closing in on Global Z, cutting the gap by a full second. GN Prime has climbed 1 spot to 8th place. Gravy Graves is making moves, advancing 2 spots to 10th. Dominance on the 3 is closing in on Maya fast, cutting the gap by over a second. GM Prime just gained a spot, now in 7th. Neotexum and GMN Prime are nose to tail, fighting for 7th place. Global Dale's also holding on to the lead with Rex and Nera right behind, trying to find a way through. Billy and Fragard are locked in a fierce fight for 12th place, trading positions every corner. Belial is making a strong push, climbing 3 places to 10. Global's Il is holding on to the lead, gaining 1 spot to stay in first. Maya is closing in on Rex Nera, chopping nearly 2 seconds off the gap. The battle for second is heating up with Maya and Rex Nera racing closely. Dominance on 3 is closing in on me, chopping down the gap by 1.7 seconds. Gravy Graves is climbing up to 8th place. La Croissant 1980 is making moves, now in 11th. Maya is now just a second behind Rex Nera. Looks like a tasty chase for second place. Maya and Rex Nera are nose to tail. No room for mistakes. Gravy Grave is gaining on GM Prime, closing the gap rapidly. Maya is now in second place, closing the gap to the leader. Gravy Grave is gaining on GM Prime, cutting the time difference by over a second. Akvaithi has climbed 2 spots to 11th, making some moves. Billy is chipping away at Gravy Graves, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Akvaithi is climbing up 1 spot to take the 10th place. Rex and Sarah is gaining on Maya quickly, closing the gap by 3.6 seconds. They are nose to tail, fighting for second place. La Croissant 1980 just climbed 1 spot, now in 11th. Dominance on the 3 is climbing up to 3rd place. Gravy Graves is making moves into 8th. Billy is closing the gap on GM Prime, but still has some work to do. Super Siggy is driving a 1966 Lotus Cortina and is currently in 6th place. Their fastest lap is 2 minutes 12 seconds and 450 milliseconds. The race seems to be a tight battle among the vintage Lotus Cortinas, with Super Siggy just ahead of GM Prime. Amy just made a bold move and is now in 1st place. Globaz and Amy are neck and neck for the lead. Gravy Graves is closing in on Super Siggy, cutting the gap down to less than a second. Well, look at that. Global's Excel just took the checkered flag. Congratulations on the win, clearly showing everyone how it's done. Congratulations to Global Ego on winning that race. Well done on cruising to the finish line in style. Now, a big shout out to the drivers who can claim a car. Maya, you nailed the fastest lap, so you get to take home the vintage 1959 Chevrolet Corvette C1. Looks like someone's about to add a classic to their garage. Alright everyone, hurry up and pick your favorite car before the timer runs out. Don't want to miss out on witnessing these AI machines try to outdrive each other. Get your choices in now! Alright, this is a classic battle of vintage racing machines. The McLaren 23 and the Surtees TS16 both have their own charms. But when it comes to race-winning potential, it's all about the handling and power. The M23 is known for its agility and smooth handling, while the T16 has a bit more raw power with its distinctly racing pedigree. Given Baskerville's twisty nature, I might give a slight edge to Wayne Gretzky's McLaren, because its finesse might help navigate the corners faster. But hey, Tyler Surtees could surprise us if it manages to harness that power effectively and overtake in the straights. Though, I'd say it's a close call. But I'd lean towards Wayne Gretzky's McLaren just because finesse often beats brute force on this track. But don't be surprised if Tyler Surtees pulls off a thrilling upset. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Baskerville and Wayne Gretzky is leading the pack on pole, cruising in a classic 1975 McLaren M23. Let's see if he can keep that position or if the others will have something to say about it. Tyler has shot off the line to take the lead. Wayne Gretzky is holding strong in second, and Lurshai is hanging tight in third. Looks like a pretty tight pack behind them. Dylan Wolf is charging through the field. Now in 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Unstabil is climbing steadily. Now in 3rd place. Unstabil and Wayne Gretzky are nose to tail, fighting hard for 2nd place. Larache is climbing to 3rd place. Maya is making her way to 8th. Toadette the Kitty is advancing to 9th. Gaimklo Yosho just overtook someone to move into 9th place. Kalmatui is closing in on Kingrit for 13th. Looks like a fun little scrap forming there. Maya is dropping back to the 17th place. Gaimklo Yosho is climbing up to 8th. Joan Wolf is making a move to 9th. Cometry and Kingrad are nose to tail for the 12th spot. Rob Swizzle just gained 1 position and is now 15th. Waffling Godders is driving a March 751, and they are currently in 9th place, trying to hold on. Their race looks like a battle to stay in the top 10. Toadette the Kitty is driving a Surtees TS16. They are currently in 11th place, and seem to be holding steady, but no real action happening around them. Rob Swizzle is driving a Ferrari 312, which is known for its sleek design and strong performance. They are currently in 15th place, so not quite in the mix for the top yet. Waffling Godders is driving a March 751, and currently holding the 9th position. Their fastest lap is a 1:1.536. So they're not exactly setting the world on fire, but staying competitive. Tyler is comfortably leading and has the fastest lap, so he's probably just cruising to the finish, unless someone else suddenly wakes up. Dylan Wolf is driving a Heska 308B. They're currently in 10th place, and have the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like they're pushing hard. Day Empress just snuck into 4th place. GMM Prime and Fishins are nose to tail for 6th. Looks like a little push could shake things up. Waffling Godders is driving a March 751 and is currently in the 12th place. Their fastest lap is just over a second slower than the leader, so they're holding a decent pace. Dylan Wolf is climbing to 8th place. Waffling Godders is now in 10th. Gingrud has moved up to 11th. Theon Clayosho is climbing up to 8th place. Dylan Wolf and Theon Clayosho are battling hard for that spot. Rob Swizzle is advancing to 13th place. Rob Swizzle is driving a Ferrari 312, which is known for its sleek design and powerful V12 engine. Looks like Rob Swizzle is currently in the middle of the pack, but with the fastest lap of the race at just under 60 seconds, they're definitely pushing hard. The track seems to favor the faster lap times of the top contenders, with clear gaps opening up. The tight competition is mainly between the front runners, while the rest are struggling to keep pace. Rob Swizzle is in a great position with the fastest lap, but he needs to hold it together in the final moments. The track seems to favor the faster lap times for the front runners, especially the top 3. The tight competition is keeping the positions close, but the track's demanding corners might be causing some drivers to struggle with consistency. Wow, Tyler really outdid everyone else. Guess they're the new king of Baskerville. Well deserved. Wow, Tyler really pulled it off. Congratulations on that amazing victory. Looks like all those hours of gaming finally paid off. Way to go. For this track, I would focus mostly on agility and handling. The Gold Coast circuit is quite twisty and has a lot of sharp corners, so a car that can weave through tight turns smoothly will have the advantage. While straight line speed is nice, being able to navigate the chicanes and hairpins efficiently makes all the difference. Basically, I want a car that feels like it's glued to the road and can dance around the curves with confidence. And of course, a little bit of braking stability wouldn't hurt either, so you can brake late without losing control. Alright everyone, time is almost up. If you haven't chosen your car yet, now's the moment, or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI picks for you. Make your decision before it's too late. Alright, so we've got Yamchubby Panda piloting a Ligier JS41 from 1995, and Lord Buttrell steering a Benetton B195 from the same year. Both cars are pretty vintage but also iconic in their own right. The Ligier was decent back in the day, but often struggled with consistency, while the Benetton B195 was a bit of a beast with its aerodynamics and turbocharged engine. Given that, I'd say Lord Buttrell's Benetton might have the edge here, especially on a fast-paced track like Gold Coast. It's a little more refined and aggressive, so I'd put my chips on that one for a win. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. Might be a surprisingly close race. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Gold Coast, and leading the pack is Dishonored Fox and in 1995, Jordan 195. Looks like they're aiming for that vintage speed glory. Let's see if they can hold on to that pole position. Dishonored Fox has shot to the front, holding the lead. Wolf's Light is right behind in second place, and Rookie Miriki is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Okinabaka is driving a Tyrrell 023. They're currently in the 12th position, holding steady but not making much progress. Looks like a quiet race so far. Cali Combani is driving a Williams FW17. They're currently in the middle of the pack, in 16th place. Looks like a steady race so far. Evolution 954 is driving a Pacific PR02. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack and not making much noise so far. Rookie Miriki is driving a Simtek S951, which is holding a solid 4th place. Looks like they're staying competitive, but no sign of overtaking anyone yet. J-Master Tegama 9000 is driving a 40 FG01. They are currently in 14th place, so it looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Ostitzerat is driving a Sauber C14, which is known for its balanced handling and reliability. Looks like Ozgazerat is holding steady in 20th place. Not much action so far. Detoxines is climbing up to 8th place now. Toucan's Flora and Detoxins are nose to tail fighting for that 8th spot. Ruki Miriki is driving a Simtex 951. They're currently in 4th place, but their fastest lap is still not recorded, so their pace might be a bit uncertain. Two Kinds Flora is driving a Pacific PR02 and is currently in the 10th place. Their fastest lap is significantly slower than the leaders, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Cap Holster is driving a Ferrari 412 T2 and is currently in 13th place. Their lap time is pretty close to the leaders, so they're holding steady but not quite challenging for the top spots yet. Yam Chubby Panda is slightly ahead, but Lord Buttrell is right behind, so it's a close fight. Neither has a clear advantage yet. The Uncle Yu Show is driving a Benetton Bone 195 and is currently in the 13th place. Their fastest lap is slightly slower than most of the field, but they're holding steady. The track's tight corners and quick straights are favoring the top contenders with better handling and acceleration. The slower cars are struggling to keep up, especially in the middle sector. The F1 1995 cars on Gold Coast are giving us a mix of speed and chaos. The top drivers are holding their positions, but overtakes are happening in tight spots. Track layout seems to favor the more agile cars like the Jordan and Williams, while the slower ones are struggling to keep up. Well, look at that. Dishonored Fox just took the top spot. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Dishonored Fox really pulled off an impressive win there. Congratulations! Looks like all those hours of practice paid off. Can't wait to see if they can keep up this streak in the next race. Alright, here's a fun fact for you. The F1 cars in 1975 were basically the wild teenagers of the racing world. They had huge wings, wide tires, and a lot of attitude. What's hilarious is that back then, safety wasn't as much of a concern. So drivers, well, they kind of danced on the edge of danger every lap. Think of it like the Wild West of Formula One, but with more speed and less cowboy hats. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down, so make your final choices now. If you've been pondering which AI car to root for, now's the time to lock it in before we hit the starting line. Don't miss out on your chance to cheer for the champion in the making. Both of these cars hail from the same era, but they have different strengths. The Williams FW04 is a classic, known for its balanced handling and reliability, which could give Architect an edge on the tricky Chicago street circuit. On the other hand, the Surtees TS16 is a bit of a wild card with its unique design, but it might struggle a little with the tight and twisty sections. Given all that, I'd probably lean towards Architect and the Williams FW04 to take the win. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen. Alright folks, the race is underway at the Chicago Street Circuit, and James Misk is hot on the pole with that vintage 1975 BRM P201. We're in for a throwback showdown today. James Misk is leading the race right now. Bogote is holding second place, and closely followed by Bleachmepsi in third. Looks like a tight start. Waifuana is climbing up to third place. Zabrandigan is making a move to sixth. Nulavi and Zabrandigan are nose to nose for fifth. Alexei just overtook someone to take ninth place. Wild Cavanona is also climbing up to 10th. Lithocarp and Wild Cavanoni are nose to nose for that 10th spot. Alexei and Platigami are nose to tail for 8th place. Bezidnez Artwoo and Lithocarp are locked in a fierce duel for 11th. Architect is climbing steadily, now in 13th after gaining 2 spots. Alexei and Platigami are nose to tail for 8th place. Baseness Ardway just gained a spot and is now 11th. IP Adobe and Maya are trading paint for 14th. Nulavi is climbing to 4th place. AP Adobe is advancing to 14th. Abi Adobe and Architect are neck and neck for 13th. Wild Cavanon just gained 1 spot and is now in 9th place. Alexei and Wild Cavanoni are nose to nose for 9th. Architect and Lithocarp are fighting hard for 12th. Alexei just climbed to 9th place. Wild Cavanone and Alexei are nose to nose for 9th. Apia Dope is inching closer to the top 15. Wild Cavanone and Alexei are neck and neck for 9th place. Apia Dope just gained 1 spot to take 12th. Lithocarp and APR Dope are fighting hard for 12th position. Dairuk Official just overtook someone to take 6th place. Lithocarp is climbing up to 12th. Architect and APR Dope are nose to nose for 13th. Architect and APP Dope are still locked in that tight fight for 13th place. Zachariah TV just nudged up one spot to 16, and it looks like Maya is trying to squeeze past Zachariah TV for that same spot. Derek Official and Bleach Mepsi are neck and neck for 5th place. The Betty White Show and Maya are fighting hard for 17. Amy and Nyx Ragnaroks are locked in a close duel for 19. Wild Kevin None and Alex Echialcheix Nates are nose-to-nose for 9th place. The Betty White Show is climbing up to 17. Amy is also making moves, now in 19th. Amy and I are battling for 18th. Looks like a close one. Mighty Chunk is driving a BRMP 201, which is known for its innovative design but tricky handling. Their race seems to be going nowhere fast, stuck in the last few positions with no lap times recorded. Mulabi is climbing up to 3rd place. Alexia X Nati and Platigami are locked in a close fight for 8. Apio Dope is also gaining ground, now 12th. XEXHA just climbed to 8th place. Wild Kevin None is now 9th. Architect made a nice jump to 12th. The race is heating up. Alexia Natate and Zap Brandigan are nose to tail for 7th place. Playgami and Wild Kevin None are locked in a close fight for 9th. Architect and Base Nizar 2 are battling it out for 11th. Leech Mepsi is closing in on Waifuan, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Platigami is climbing up to 9th place. Appy Adobe is making a move to 13th place. Architect is charging through the field, now in 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Appy Adobe has gained 1 spot, now in 11th. Wild Kevinone and AP Tape Trope are nose to tail, fighting for 11th place. Well, look at that. James Miss just took the checkered flag. Guess the race was just a walk in the park for you. Congratulations on the win. Wow, James Misk really outdid himself and took the victory. Congrats on that win, you definitely earned it. Now let's talk about the drivers who can claim some sweet rides. Amy, you went all out with the overtakes. You're the overtaking queen today and can claim the 1975 BRMP 2-0-1. What a classic. Good job to everyone else too. But Amy really stole the show with those moves. Sure. Did you know that Oran Park Raceway used to be a bustling racing circuit in Australia? Before it was sadly closed and demolished in the late 2010s? It's a bit like a ghost track now, but the fun part is that it was famous for its challenging layout and high-speed corners. It's almost like the track had a personality of its own, teasing drivers with those tricky turns and making everyone wonder if it's better to race there, or just get lost in history. Alright. With those stats, Maya sounds like the safe bet. They've got quite the experience, having dominated a bunch of races and racking up wins. Muldock's FZF is pretty much a mystery, so I'd lean towards Maya as the likely winner. But hey, anything can happen when you toss in a little unpredictable talent, or a surprise turn, so it should be fun to watch. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Oran Park. J-Boogie is on pole in a 2018 Honda IndyCar. So let's see if they can hold that lead. Buckle up, it's gonna be a wild ride. J-Boogie has shot off the line to take the lead. Toadette the Kitty is holding strong in second place. Stephen Brinkley is right behind in third, trying to keep up. Toadette the Kitty just took the lead and is now in first place. Big Boy Bets moved up to third and is closing in on the top two. Big Boy Bets and J-Boogie are nose to nose for second place, so expect some fireworks there. Stephen Brinkley is really having a rough time falling back to 14th. Girl of Diamond is climbing steadily up to 4th. Amy is also making moves up to 5th. Maya and Muldock's ECFEF are neck and neck for 8th place. Tugonet TTV and Maya are also fighting hard for 9th. Looks like a close race all around. Merchicken Live just sneaked into the top 10. Tugonet TTV and Merchicken Live are nose to nose for that same spot. Stephen Brinkley is chipping away at Just Penkaka's lead, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Quiz 44 is climbing up to 11th place. Just Pentakis is now 12th place, both making moves, but still a bit behind the leaders. Radicero Activa Vixen is in 7th place with a Chevrolet IndyCar. Fastest lap so far is just under 1 minute, so she's holding a decent pace. Merchicken Live is in the 11th place with the Chevrolet Indica. Their fastest lap is just over a minute, so they're holding steady but not exactly setting the pace. Merchicken Live is in the 11th place with the Chevrolet Indica. Their fastest lap is just over a minute, so they're holding steady but not exactly setting the pace. The Indy cars are pretty evenly matched here, but the Chevrolet drivers seem to have a slight edge in lap times. Oren Kark's tight corners probably favor the Chevy's handling, giving them a small boost over the Hondas. Just Panchakis is in the 13th place driving a Honda Indy car. Their fastest lap is a bit slower than most, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Toadette the Kitty is leading the race in a Chevrolet Indy car from 2018. Their fastest lap is 59.304 seconds, so they're holding a solid pace at the front. Maya is holding steady in 9th, not bad, but still chasing Noldox VCF, who's in 8th. Looks like a close finish is on the table. Wow, Toadette the Kitty, you really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Congratulations to Toadette the Kitty for winning the race. That was a fantastic performance. Well done. And hey Amy, you did the most overtakes today. You're eligible to claim a shiny new 2018 Honda Indy car. Nice work! For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Nonstop has a mix of tight turns and longer straight sections, so a car that can navigate corners smoothly and maintain speed through the curves will have the advantage. A balanced setup that combines good cornering grip with decent straight line speed is essential. Acceleration and braking performance also play a significant role here because quick response times can make or break your position in the tighter sections. Overall, a car with excellent cornering dynamics and stability will likely dominate this race. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down, and the moment of truth is almost here. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to shout it out. Don't leave me hanging with all these options and no winner in sight. Wow, what a matchup. We've got Josh Biosh in a classic Shelby Cobra, known for its speed and agility, versus DC Kibi Zero Gears in a vintage Mercury Cougar, which is more of a cruiser than a racer. On the twisty Anderstorp circuit, the Shelby's likely to have the edge with its aerodynamic shape and powerful engine. The Cougar might look slick, but don't expect it to outpace the Cobra on those long straights. I'm putting my chips on Josh Biosh to take this one, mainly because that Shelby was born for this kind of race. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Anderstorp, and leading the pack is Amy in that classic 1970 Plymouth Barracuda. She's holding the pole position, so let's see if she can keep the lead or if the others will catch up. Stay tuned! Josh Biosh has shot off the line into the lead. Amy is holding second place, just ahead of me in third. Looks like a pretty clean start so far. Lazy Towner and Elan 656 are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Bean Streams has climbed 1 spot to 9th. Supersigi is on the move, up 2 spots to 10th. Lazy Towner and Alan 656 are nose-to-tail fighting for 6th place. Ice is sneaking up 1 spot to 12th. Lazy Towner just overtook someone to move into 6th place. Now Lazy Towner and Makes Boring Life are nose-to-nose for 5th. This is getting interesting. Lazy Towner is climbing up to 5th place. Alan 656 is now in 6th. Ice has moved into 11th. Lazy Towner is driving a 1969 Chevrolet Corvette C3. They're currently in 7th place, so they're holding steady but not quite challenging for the lead. Ice is driving a 1962 Ferrari 250 GTO, a classic beauty known for its elegance and speed. They are currently in the 13th place, so not quite in the hunt but still hanging in there. Looks like a steady race for now. Dungetson 3 is really pushing to catch Ice, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Balsamic Vind 183 just sneaked up 1 spot to 14th place. Ren Kaoi is gaining ground on Dungetson 3, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. They're locked in a fierce fight for the 12th spot. Druerfals is driving a 1963 TVR Griffith 200, a classic British sports car. They're currently in 8th place, holding steady, but not making much noise in the top spots. Maya is now in 2nd place, closing the gap on the leader. Balsamic Vint 183 is narrowing the distance to Dongerzone 3, but still a bit behind. Yosh is leading and holding the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control for now. Balsamic Vint 183 is driving a 1970 Alfa Romeo GT AC. Their race looks pretty quiet so far, stuck in 15th and not making much noise. Falses is driving a 1963 TVR Griffith 200, a classic with a reputation for agility. They're currently in 8th place but way off the pace with a lap time of 1 minute 57 seconds. Looks like they're struggling to keep up. Alan 656 just overtook Lazy Towner and is now in 5th place. They are nose to tail. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Alan 656 is driving a 1970 Opel Commodore. He's holding on to 5th place and has a fastest lap of 1:48.734, so he's not doing too badly but not catching the leaders either. Maya has just taken the lead, moving up 1 spot to 1st place. Ice is closing in on Super Siggy, shrinking the gap by 2.6 seconds. Next Boring Life is climbing up to 6th place. Ice and Super Siggy are nose to nose for 10th. Looks like a close one. Lazy Towner just overtook someone to move up to 6th place. Balsamic Vint 83 and Dongerzone 3 are nose to tail for 12th. False is driving a 1963 TVR Griffith 200, which is a classic British sports car. Their race looks tough, with a significant gap from the leaders, over 9 seconds behind the person in front. Next Boring Life is driving a BMW M1 Pro car from 1979, a classic with a reputation for sharp handling. Looks like they're holding steady in 6th place, but their fastest lap is a bit slower than the leaders. Lazy Towner and Alan 656 are nose to tail for 5th place. Balsamic Vint 283 is creeping up to 13th. Next Boring Life is driving a BMW M1 Pro car from 1979. They're currently in 6th place and have a fastest lap of just under 1 minute 49 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders. Wow, Maya, you must be thrilled. Winning the race is no small feat. Guess all those practice laps finally paid off. Well done. Wow, what an incredible performance from Maya. Winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making most overtakes. Talk about dominating the track. That's a triple crown for you folks. Truly legendary. And speaking of winners, Maya, you've earned the right to claim that beautiful 1977 Jaguar XJ12C Broadspeed in Group 4C. It's a classic, and I can't think of a better way to celebrate your triple crown. Congrats once again. Alright everyone, it looks like we need to do a quick pit stop for some stream maintenance. Stay tuned. We'll be back in just a few minutes to continue watching these AI cars race their hearts out. Grab a snack, maybe stretch a little, and I'll see you